privilege and recognition of guests, the Honourable Premier.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Good morning, everybody, and welcome back. Welcome to everybody watching online, and welcome to our guests in the gallery. We've got Donnie McKinnon with us here this morning. And Mr. Speaker, this year, Ringette PEI has introduced a new award called the Mark McLean Memorial Award. And Mr. Speaker, the Mark McLean Memorial Award honors the life and spirit and the extraordinary dedication of Mark McLean, a beloved member of both the Ringette world and his wider community, and obviously a good friend of those of us here in this House. And Mr. Speaker, I want to congratulate Donnie McKinnon on winning the Mark McLean Memorial Award this year. It's we started this session with a lot of tributes to our colleague Mark, who we miss dearly, and I think it's very fitting that we're seemingly, perhaps today, ending the session by recognizing this award. And Donnie, you should be very proud to be the first person to be recognized with this, and we really appreciate what you do for your community and for the Ringette community, so thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, last night, many of us were able to attend the Lady Ball in support of Ovarian Cancer Canada, Mr. Speaker, and what a night it was. I want to give a big shout out to the Minister of Finance and Affordability and my Principal Secretary, Shelley Christian, who had a fantastic, they did a fantastic job of walking the runway. They looked very glamorous, Mr. Speaker, and along with a great auctioneer, the Minister of Agriculture, Justice and Public Safety, brought a lot of energy, and I think at one point he had a husband and wife bidding against each other on an item. So it was a great evening, Mr. Speaker, supporting such an important cause, and I want to thank everyone involved for planning and executing a terrific event. It's certainly an event you don't want to miss. If you've never been, I really encourage everyone to go. And Mr. Speaker, I have to recognize we had a really big contingent from our caucus there last night, and when I get up to say my remarks and recognize everyone in my panic not to miss anyone, I did get all of our caucus members, but I failed to recognize the leader of the third party and the MLA from Charlottetown, Victoria Park. So and that was not intentional, but I know that they're big fans of the event as well. It was a great night, Mr. Speaker, and I really enjoyed it. Mr. Speaker, finally, as we appear to be nearing the end of the spring session of the Legislative Assembly here, I want to thank all the pages, of course, everyone who works here at the Legislative Assembly, all of the clerks and everyone in the Speaker's office, all the commissionaires, everyone up in the government member's office, Janet, Adam, CJ, Mary Ellen, Donalda, everyone from my office, of course, Pat, Shelley, Dean, Emily, Danielle, Andrea, Crystal, Cindy, and Patrick, thank you so much for all you do. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you. You've certainly settled into your role, adapted to this role, and you've been conducting yourself honorably and with respect and for the role itself, for the chair, for the Assembly. You've done a great job. So congratulations on getting through your first sitting here as well. So thank you very much. Have a great day, everybody.
Thank you, Premier. The Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise. Welcome all those who are watching online, and welcome to our guests in the gallery today, and Donnie McKinnon. Welcome and congratulations on the award. Well deserved. Mr. Speaker, I want to also take this opportunity to thank, whether today is our last day or next week or the week after, but just to stand and thank all involved in the staff here at the Legislative Assembly for doing such a great job supporting us and with the security, keeping us safe. We truly do appreciate it. I do want to send a thanks out to the staff on our floor, of course, Ronnie, Shrish, Madison, Stacey and Nicole for all the great work that they do to support us and get us ready for this session and throughout the year. Lady Ball was mentioned, so I do want to send out my thanks and congratulations to all those who organized and who had participated in this event. I did notice on Instagram this morning that there was a West Prince participant in it. It was Della Sweet, Della formerly from Tignish, Della Gadet. She's a cancer survivor herself, but she did a tremendous job, or she does a tremendous job, of volunteering and being an advocate for many, many events up west. And one of the things she did for Tignish was their family had donated and then created a walking park in Tignish in honor of her niece, Sydney Gadet. But she's known, I'm the member from O'Leary and Inverness would say the same thing. Hockeyville definitely was one of the members on that, but she is a volunteer and an advocate for anything going. She will not say no, so it was really nice to see her on the stage last night and to get recognized. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I look forward to a very productive day in this House and wish everyone all the best. Thank you.
Thank you, member. The Leader of the Third Party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good morning to you and everyone in the chamber this morning. Welcome back for another day of debate, perhaps the last one for a little while. Welcome, Donnie, to the gallery. Congratulations on your award. Great to have you here with us today, and welcome to everybody watching online. Mr. Speaker, this morning I had the opportunity to join cancer survivors, students and staff at Kincora Regional High School for their annual Survivors Breakfast, which then leads into a full day of Cancer Relay for Life activities, usually outside, but today they're going to be inside. They're going to be doing walking inside in the gym and around the school to raise money for cancer. I've touched on this event before. They do a tremendous job out there bringing the school population together and raising money for cancer. And as I was leaving to get here, the member from Charlottetown West Royalty was going in. He does the pump up, gets them all excited out there, and sorry to have missed his usual excitement getting the day going. Last night, Mr. Speaker, was an incredible evening at the Lady Ball. It was the third time I've had the pleasure of going, and it's an incredible event. Congratulations, the Minister of Finance did a wonderful job, and the Minister of Agriculture, and I guess former Deputy Premier did a tremendous job up on the stage, and through his efforts did a tremendous job raising, getting the bids up into the thousands of dollars. He got me on my feet a little bit to get the bids up. I got the bids up, Mr. Speaker, but the prices got a little bit out of hand for the third party, sadly. Mr. Speaker, just a couple of quick events I'll highlight. In North Freetown Road, 1935 North Freetown Road is the farm of Barnyard Organic. Sally and Mark Bernard are hosting a swallow safari tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Stroll around the farm and see how the barn swallows, tree swallows, and cattle, how they all work together. I know the Minister of Agriculture would be interested in that, and why it matters to have that symbiotic relationship between the species on the farm. $5 a person, just a donation. Also, tomorrow, Mr. Speaker, Islanders for Proportional Representation are hosting an event at the Charlottetown Library from 10 a.m. To 12. No, sorry, it's June 13th. June 13th, Saturday, June 13th, so not Saturday tomorrow, Saturday, June 13th at the Charlottetown Library. It's a chance for people interested to learn more about electoral reform and the work on proportional representation. Everyone is, of course, welcome. An event was something was recently shared with me, Mr. Speaker, that I wanted to highlight very quickly. I think it's important just to give recognition. Retired firefighter Gabriel Edgecombe from the Kincora Fire Department, Mr. Speaker, recently was acknowledged in the news for saving the life of Barry Fraser in Alberton. It just turned out that Gabriel was up there, I think, doing like a private purchase. I think he was just purchasing a sink, if I read the article correctly. And he happened to be there, and Barry Fraser had a cardiac event. And because of the timing, because of the skills that Gabriel Edgecombe had as a retired volunteer firefighter, he managed to save the life of Barry Fraser. So I just want to give that recognition out. I'll always stand up and recognize the important, incredible work and training that our first responders have, and I think it's important to do so, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, big recognition to Gabriel and what he did for the Fraser family. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I would also like to give my thanks, as we may wrap up today, to all the staff in the legislature, clerks and their staff, the pages who've worked so hard here throughout the sitting, to Greg in the parking lot for keeping everything in order out there, Gordon, Trevor, and all the security staff, and Stuart, the audiovisual team, everybody who makes this whole place tick, Mr. Speaker. Finally, I'd like to also thank the people who make everything tick for us on the fourth floor and the third party, Katie and Michelle and Sue, all the great work they do to keep us prepared and on our game here in the legislature. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I wish everyone a great day of debate here today. Thank you.
Thank you, member. The Minister of Education and Early Years.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to take a moment to extend my sincere congratulations to Terry Wood, an Executive Administration Assistant in my office who is retiring today. Terry began her career in public service 32 years ago in Premier Catherine Colbeck's office. Since then, she's worked across 5 departments, alongside 7 deputy ministers and more than a dozen ministers. For the past 16 years, Mr. Speaker, she has been a valued and dedicated member of the Education and Early Years team. After an exceptional career in public service, I wish Terry all the best as she begins this exciting new chapter in her life. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. The Minister of Housing and Communities.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to welcome Coach McKinnon to the gallery today. Our daughters are within the same age bracket, and my daughter actually played for Donnie last year and spent a lot of time with Donnie last winter. I'm not sure who took over the cooking duties this year, but anyhow, I was very pleased, Mr. Speaker, to see that the Ringette community brought in the Mark McLean Memorial, and they couldn't have picked a better individual to receive the first year. Donnie and Mark having a daughter the same age, seeing Donnie and Mark's commitment to the Ringette and to our young people through the years, the Ringette community couldn't have picked a better person. Donnie puts his time and effort into it, and when Mark was there, Mark and Donnie were never too far apart. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, well deserved, Donnie.
Thank you, Minister. The member from Georgetown Pownell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise today and recognize everybody watching from home, especially those in District 2, Georgetown Pownell. But I rise today to recognize a very special constituent in Georgetown Pownell, Mr. Jackie McDonald of Georgetown, who just yesterday rang the bell for his final cancer treatment. Jackie he's a staple of the community of Georgetown. He's not too far away from the rink, and I'm sure he's sharing this special moment with his granddaughters, Kendall and Christy, and I wish Jackie and his entire family all the best as we go forward. So thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member. The member from Charlottetown, Victoria Park.
Thank you, and I would like to say good morning to my colleagues and staff and our pages, Jada and Connor, who are here with us today. Thank you for everything that you've done for us this whole sitting. They're not in the room at the moment. And everybody tuning in online from Charlottetown, Victoria Park and all around. And Donnie McKinnon, congratulations. I also wanted to just say some quick happy birthdays. Today is a popular birthday day in my world. So I have Sadie Cusack is celebrating her 11th birthday, and she says she might go bowling tonight. So I hope that you have a lot of fun on your birthday, Sadie. Happy birthday. My dear friend Heather Lee, she's a school counselor. We did our master's in counseling together. And of course, I've already mentioned this, but today is Gracie's 18th birthday. And so I just wanted to wish her a very happy birthday. That's my daughter, and she wants nacho dip for her meal. So I'll be making some nacho dip this evening and celebrating her birthday. And with that, I wish everyone a great day. Thank you.
Thank you, member. The Minister of Economic Development, Trade and Artificial Intelligence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's certainly a pleasure to rise today and welcome all my colleagues back to the House, to those that are tuning in from beautiful District 5, Mermaid Stratford, to our gallery guest, Donnie McKinnon, who I know well from college days and from the Ringette world. And as already been mentioned, he is a perfect fit for the award for Mark McLean's Memorial. Quickly, Mr. Speaker, I want to remind and invite everyone to Sunday's IG Management Walk for Alzheimer's, where we'll walk for those that are living with dementia. My mom, for those that care for, and have loved ones that support those living with dementia, my dad and my family, and everyone that has to do that in the world, and to those that are being remembered. So please come out and join me and a great community on Sunday to walk for a great cause. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. The member from O'Leary-Inverness.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank everybody for all their efforts in making this legislature continue to serve. I guess I don't think we were the longest running legislature session yet, but we're close, yeah. But back home in O'Leary-Inverness, I do want to wish a happy 100th birthday to constituent Ada Ellis. And Ada still lives in her home in West Cape. And for those that might not know the connections here, but Alison Ellis used to be a member in this legislature. I think he was Minister of Forestry many times, and that would be her brother-in-law. And also, as you might note, Mr. Speaker, I have my potato tie on today. And when you have the riding in the Riding of O'Leary-Inverness, we have the Canadian Potato Museum and the PEI Potato Blossom Festival. But tomorrow, May 30th, is the International Day of the Potato. And it's recognized by the United Nations as for the reasons of the potato's importance to world's nutritional, economic, and environmental importance. So, thanks, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member. The Minister of Finance and Affordability.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you for giving me this opportunity. I want to take a little time today to recognize my Deputy Minister, Denise Lewis-Fleming, who is retiring after 30 years. She is hardworking, she's dedicated, she's excellent in what she does, and the last couple of years have been very difficult. And sometimes we get into the budget process and we try to think, how are we ever going to get to the end of this and get all these pieces together? And Denise manages that. She does an excellent job, and we are all going to miss her. But like any good leader, what she has done is she has built a fantastic team. We will benefit from that team she has built for many years, and all Islanders will benefit from that. And there's many within that team, and I always hesitate to start naming names, but we all know Jordan McNally on the floor. Excellent. He'll be a key member of the team, and being as it's a budget session, I thought I would focus on the budget team in Jordan. Sonia Cobb. I did do a list just to be sure. Cindy Harris, who's the Secretary to the Treasury Board, who has heavy involvement in that. Tanya McGuigan in my office, keeping everything straight. Janice Fogarty on the comm side, Kelly Dunn, and Sarah Watson, who doubled in her duties yesterday. As I was in here, I couldn't go get my hair and makeup done for this lady ball last night. So Sarah packs up a makeup case and comes over here to GMO after the session to, I guess, bring me up to par in some way with everyone else that was going to be running that catwalk, and she did an amazing job. So Sarah is quite a little talent, she's a big talent, and she can do anything. But I just want to do a little shout out to the team that Denise has built over time, and a thank you and a sign off to Denise Lewis-Fleming. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. The Minister of Land and Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just want to say hello to everyone in District 4. To the pages and staff, thank you for what you've done for us and continue to do. Mr. Speaker, for you, you're doing a great job. And I enjoy watching you try to walk that middle line, because I know how difficult that is. But Mr. Speaker, I just want to mention about the Lady Ball last night. Marg Brady, who got up and told us her story about her journey with ovarian cancer, is from Murray Harbour, and she did a great job of sharing her thoughts and really her challenges through that battle. But I think she's a 9-year survivor now, and she did a great job. To my seatmate, who did a wonderful job as well. I'm going to keep going. It's the last day, maybe. And this is my 23rd sitting, as it is for the the member from Kensington Malpeque and Morell-Donagh, you, Mr. Speaker, and the member from New Haven Rocky Point. This is our 23rd sitting. We've never sat in the real legislature. That's my line all the time. We've never sat in that building over there, which is hard to believe, but there's always hope. And whenever we rise in the spring, I always think, It's so long until November, but it's not that, it comes around so very quickly. But I just wanted to, just saying. And to you, Donnie, congratulations. Such a wonderful award. And to our friend Mark, I mentioned him last night to the Honourable Leader of the Third Party because he asked me about a phrase I used when I was waxing poetic the other day, and it's jiggery-pokery, and he didn't know what that meant. So I can say Mark loved that phrase so much, and whenever we were talking about something, he would say, "What's that? What do you say, darling? Jiggery something." Anyway, and I looked it up after we talked, and it is Scottish origin, they think. So I'm hoping, waiting for the minister or for the Leader of the Third Party for questions today. I'm hoping he uses that word, but I don't know whether it'll happen. It was a bit of a challenge. Have a great day, everyone, and enjoy your summer.
Thank you, Minister. Well, member from New Haven, Rocky Point.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bright. On cue, that's beautiful. Actually, a little segue, because I stood up today, Mr. Speaker, firstly to thank everybody in this room in which many of us have spent many, many, many hours and may not be back in again to perform the function we're doing today. But mainly because it certainly has a feel that maybe we're going to finish today. I don't know. I just get that sense around the room. And there was a time a couple of weeks ago when we thought we actually might finish a little earlier than this. So my wife Anne and I promised to take the 2 grandkids who live here on PEI for a sleepover last night, which we did, not expecting to have to be here in the morning. So to Freddie and to Percy, hi. I hope you're not up to any jiggery-pokery in the hills of Bond, because it means naughtiness is what it is. So I hope they're not doing that. And hang in there, Nana. I'll be home soon. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member. The member from Charlottetown, Hillsborough Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I too would like to take just a second to thank everyone, the pages, staff, yourself, all the members for such an incredible session. And to those watching at home and to those who are at home who are healing from illness and surgery, all the best to you. Congratulations on your award. Very well deserved, I'm hearing. And Mr. Speaker, tomorrow in East Royalty is the John Andrew Memorial Fishing Derby. And so all are welcome. It's free, it's family friendly, and it's happening at Andrews Pond North tomorrow. And so all are welcome. And also, Mr. Speaker, congratulations to you, Denise. We took a program together at UPEI many, many, many years ago, and so all the best in your endeavors. But, Mr. Speaker, to Terry Wood, there is no one else quite like Terry, and I wish you all the best, Terry. You were a rock star the whole time that I was there with you, and enjoy those grandbabies, and the history that's walking out that door is incredible, but you know what? You deserve it, and enjoy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Well, members, since the stopwatch is away, I thought I would stand up as well. And you know, when you become the speaker, you're elected, and you head right to the chair. You're dragged literally to the chair, and it's a lot harder than it looks when you're sitting on the floor. And of course, you guys have been really great to work with because of your cooperation. So thank you very much for that. But the Office of the Clerk really does a great job in supporting the Office of the Speaker. So I especially want to thank the Clerk and the Office of the Clerk. And plus, all of the many people behind the scenes that make the Legislative Assembly work. Many of them have been mentioned today, but there are some that you never really see too much. And they do things and make things happen that really, in many ways, allow us to do our job and represent the people of Prince Edward Island properly. So thank you to everyone at the Legislative Assembly. And let's have a great day in the legislature. If indeed it is the last day, we shall see. Okay, so statements by members. The member from Georgetown, Pownal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as we approach the conclusion of the spring sitting, perhaps, I rise today to mark the end of my very first session in this Legislative Assembly. It has been an incredible privilege to sit in this chamber on behalf of the people of Georgetown Pownal. Over the past weeks, I have learned a tremendous amount. I've learned about the unexpected complexities of the legislative process, the fast pace of daily debate, and the immense work that goes on behind the scenes to move PEI forward. Above all, Mr. Speaker, this session has reinforced what matters most. I have learned that the true heart of this job isn't found within these historic walls. It's found at the doorsteps, the kitchen tables, the family farms, the rinks, and the community halls in District 2. Mr. Speaker, everything I do here is driven by the people of District 2, and I want to say a profound thank you to my constituents for placing their trust in me, and for the continued guidance over the last few months. Every question I have asked and every concern I have raised this session has come directly from the kitchen tables and small businesses of my district. I also want to extend my gratitude to you, Mr. Speaker, and to the House staff for keeping us on track and helping a new MLA find his footing. As the House rises, we hope, or perhaps, I'm eager to get back full-time, working on the ground, to roll up my sleeves, listen to my neighbours, and ensure our communities have what they need to succeed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member. The member from Charlottetown, Belvedere.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to speak about the ongoing importance of advocating for women's health, an issue that requires not only our attention, but our sustained commitment through funding, research, and education. For far too long, women's health has been underfunded and in many cases misunderstood. Conditions that disproportionately affect women, whether related to reproductive care, unexplained pain, or the stages of a female's life. They haven't always received the level of investment or focus they deserve. This gap in funding directly impacts outcomes and access to care and quality of life. It is important that we invest in knowledge, because when we empower healthcare providers, strengthen our system, and most importantly, we give women the confidence that their concerns are heard and taken seriously. I encourage all members of this Assembly to continue championing policies that strengthen the advancement of women's health care, ensuring equitable access, research, and supports that reflect the realities that women face. Let us work collaboratively, building evidence and life experience to drive meaningful, lasting change. Together, we are responsible, and we have the opportunity to create a healthier future for women across our province. Let us continue to champion policies that prioritize funding, expand access, and deepen our understanding, because when we invest in women's health, we invest in a stronger, healthier future for everyone. Thank you.
The member from O'Leary, Inverness.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. The community hospital in O'Leary employs approximately 150 persons delivering the most up-to-date medical services to patients. It's the best example of rural healthcare delivery model in the province, with 39 long-term care beds, 1 respite bed, the 13 acute care beds that focus on palliative care, convalescent care, and restorative care services, physio, occupational therapy, and they have a health center where 4 to 6 family doctors can practice, mental health and addiction services, regional home care, and other mobile services. They have lab for blood work, diagnostics, x-rays, and virtual medical services. And they have a simulation bed where medical professionals can access training on the newest techniques, and most of all, they have an ambulatory care service that provides day services to residents who require treatments so they can stay at home and be productive, Mr. Speaker. But where this facility is vulnerable, as of today, there are 25 vacancies for a variety of health professional positions. They include a nurse manager, speech pathologist, 5 LPNs, 4 occupational therapists, 4 RNs, 1 radiology clerk, 1 home care nurse, 1 medical radiation technician, 2 physiotherapists, 2 nurse practitioners, 1 doctor, 1 maintenance worker, and 1 medical director. That's of today, Mr. Speaker. And the other issue that's concerning is admitting those awaiting long-term care into acute care beds. This underutilizes the staff's capabilities and impacts morale. The facility is in great structural condition, but, Mr. Speaker, it's not the building that provides the services, it's the health professionals within it. Mr. Speaker, healthcare delivery is based on competent health delivery by trained professionals, along with the technology and resources to deliver those services. It's important that Health PEI and this government make sure that this healthcare delivery model is respected at Community Hospital in O'Leary.
Thank you, member. Questions by members, starting with responses to questions taken as notice. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So last week, a PEI family suffered an unimaginable loss, and our thoughts are with the family, students, friends, classmates, and everyone in the community who is grieving alongside them. While nothing can be done to undo what happened, we have a responsibility to ask whether there are lessons to be learned and changes that could help keep our children safer in the future. Question to the Premier. What steps can government take, working with families, with school staff, and transportation officials to help prevent a tragedy like this from happening again?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, the Leader of the Opposition, for the question. And I think there's nothing I disagree with in the sentiments of the question. I think the Leader of the Opposition is correct that we need to use this opportunity to look at what we might be able to do differently. Student safety is paramount. It's important. What happened is a tragedy. Our island roads are busier than they have ever been. And this tragedy took place on a very busy highway in Prince Edward Island. I think it's important for us to take a look at this and see if there are lessons that can be learned to improve student safety and to try to prevent anything like this from happening again, Mr. Speaker.
The Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So school transportation is one of the most important services that government provides. There is always value in looking at where improvements can be made. Summer months provide an opportunity to assess routes, gather feedback, and make changes before students return to school in the fall. So question to the Minister of Education. Will the Minister commit to engaging bus drivers, transportation staff, parents, and local communities this summer and explore practical measures that could improve student safety at pick-up and drop-off locations across Prince Edward Island?
The Minister of Education and Early Years.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for this question. It is a very, very important topic. Our focus currently is making sure that our school community gets through this awful tragedy. But having said that, conversations have already started. I had a half-hour conversation with one of my policing buddies in the parking lot at the Gateway Park in Surrey about this very thing and collecting his thoughts on it. But absolutely, I will commit throughout the summer to reevaluate all of our routes. I have great trust in the staff that we have over at the PSB and the experts there. But these tragic situations, if something good can come out of it, if something safer can come out of it, we certainly will be looking at all of those options. Thank you.
The Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Prince Edward Island only gets the opportunity to chair the Council of Federation once every decade or more. And now it's a position that comes with influence, responsibility, and an opportunity to bring premiers together with difficult issues that may arise. At a time when questions about national unity are growing, Islanders are entitled to know whether the Premier of Prince Edward Island is using that position, or how he's using that position. So a question to the Premier, what specific action has the Premier taken as Chair of the Council of Federation to bring premiers together on the issue of Canadian unity?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And yes, it is a very important privilege and an honor for Prince Edward Island to be hosting Canada's premiers here in Prince Edward Island this summer, and a very important role at a time of questions about national unity. And I've been putting a lot of thought into this, and as we approach that date, and as I continue to have conversations with my colleagues about Prince Edward Island's role in Confederation and the history of the unity of this nation. And Mr. Speaker, delegates, of course, came to Charlottetown from across Canada to discuss the future of the colonies of this country. They came here with different grievances, with different interests, but they decided that Canada was stronger united. And Mr. Speaker, I think that it is very fitting that this meeting will take place in Charlottetown this summer, and that we'll be able to have these important conversations about Canada and our future and the vision that the Founding Fathers had here in Charlottetown about a united country, because I believe this country is stronger together.
The Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So the Premier often speaks about the importance of cooperation between governments. Yet one of the most important responsibilities of the Chair of the Council of Federation is helping maintain cooperation between provinces themselves. Question to the Premier. Does the Premier believe the Chair of the Council of the Federation has a responsibility to speak publicly when actions taken by a province risk undermining Canadian unity?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe the Chair of the Council of the Federation has the responsibility to speak on behalf of all the premiers of this province. And yes, there's an important issue about national unity that all of us need to speak up about. I believe that Canadians want this country to remain united. Alberta is an important province in this country, and I believe that Canada is stronger with Alberta in it, and I believe that Alberta is stronger in this country, Mr. Speaker.
The Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So as mentioned, Prince Edward Island helped build this country. Many islanders are surprised that the Premier, as Chair of the Council of the Federation, has had so little to say while discussions of its separation continue to make headlines right across Canada. Question to the Premier. Can the Premier point to a single public statement, other than just now, that he has made defending Canadian unity in his role as the Chair of the Council of the Federation?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this is an important conversation that all Canadians will be having over the coming months. It's alarming to me and many Canadians that we're again immersed in this discussion. I can't be more clear, Mr. Speaker. Canada is stronger with Alberta as a part of this country, and Alberta is stronger as a part of Canada to stand with all of the 40 million Canadians standing side by side at this time is important. When we're talking about breaking up this country, it only makes us weaker. It makes us more susceptible to being divided by those that we're trying to negotiate with under very difficult circumstances internationally. Mr. Speaker, this is not the time to talk about division. This is time to talk about unity, Mr. Speaker, and I will continue to champion a united Canada.
Member from Charlottetown, Hillsborough Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Compass reported that a new women's shelter for Indigenous women will be opening on PEI, which is very welcome news. It also stated that they will welcome other women as well. They will open 6 new beds and some for children. Nationally, an estimated 699 women and 236 children are turned away from domestic violence shelters every day across Canada, and PEI is not immune to this. Anderson House itself acknowledges that it must raise 30% of its operating budget each year just to keep the doors open. And Mr. Speaker, the higher cost of living has meant more of its funding goes to maintaining basic shelter operations, leaving less for the support for survivors. Question to the Minister of Housing. Can the Minister explain why a province-wide emergency shelter with 18 beds, which depends a lot on charity to survive, is considered adequate response to family violence on PEI?
The Minister of Housing and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, we will continue to work hard to meet the needs of people who find themselves in unfortunate circumstances. You know, if the beds at Anderson House are full, we're willing to jump in and accommodate. Nobody gets turned away, Mr. Speaker, and we try to work as fast as we can to help them get their situations better.
The member from Charlottetown, Hillsborough Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In September 2024, the federal and provincial governments announced nearly $6 million each to help gender-based violence survivors with housing costs through the Canada Housing Benefit. While that is incredibly welcome, housing support alone is not a strategy. A comprehensive gender-based violence strategy requires prevention, accountability, and coordinated services from tip to tip. Nova Scotia has one. The federal government has one. Question to the same minister. Can the minister tell this House whether PEI has a standalone, comprehensive gender-based violence strategy with clear timelines, dedicated funding, and measurable outcomes? And if not, when will it?
The Minister of Housing and Communities.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I believe that would fall under the status for women. We're going to continue to work with our partners and do everything we can. we're going to continue to do what we've been doing and to help support people that find themselves in unfortunate circumstances. Thank you.
Member from Charlottetown, Hillsborough Park.
Thank you, and I appreciate the minister taking the questions on behalf of the status of women. Mr. Speaker, Nova Scotia declared intimate partner violence an epidemic in September 2024. New Brunswick followed in June 2025, and just this week, Newfoundland and Labrador became the third Atlantic province to make this declaration, establishing a task force and committing to concrete action. PEI now stands alone as the only Atlantic province that has not taken this critical step. Question to the Attorney General. Can you please tell this House, will you commit today to formally declaring intimate partner violence an epidemic in PEI so that islanders who are living in fear know that their government takes this crisis as seriously as the rest of Atlantic Canada?
The Minister of Agriculture, Justice and Public Safety and Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And domestic violence is a very serious matter here in PEI. We're not immune to it, Mr. Speaker. It's one of the worst things that we deal with here on Prince Edward Island, and if we can do anything to prevent it, to slow it down, to eliminate it, the Department of Justice and Public Safety will do that, Mr. Speaker. And one of the things that we have started is the Domestic Violence Therapeutic Court, which I invite the member to join me someday. We'll go to one of those court sessions and to see how the upstream approach to dealing with this is working, and I think making a difference here in Prince Edward Island. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Charlottetown, Hillsborough Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you. I would love to join you for that. Mr. Speaker, Statistics Canada reports that in 2025, women in Canada earn 88 cents for every dollar earned by men. And the gap is even wider for racialized and Indigenous women, who earn as little as 78 to 79 cents on the dollar. PEI women are not exempt from this reality. What specific measurable steps has government taken toward pay equity, not just general statements of support, but concrete legislative or policy actions? Question to the Minister of Finance and Affordability. Minister, can you tell this House whether or not the wage gap in PEI has narrowed?
The Minister of Finance and Affordability.
Yeah, I think I would have to take a deeper dive into that to be able to confidently say where it sits right now. I know as a province, our earnings are up. I think that more people are participating in the workforce, but to be able to dive into the details of where the gender difference is, I would have to take that back and put some work into it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Charlottetown, Hillsborough Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Minister. I appreciate that. The East Royalty Elementary School was announced last July to great excitement in my district, a 650-student facility next to Lucy Montgomery, which construction is underway. We look at it every day, and completion is targeted for 2028. But, Mr. Speaker, the fiscal reality has me a wee bit nervous about that. PEI is projecting a record deficit of more than $410 million for 26-27 and more than double the $183.9 million originally projected. We know that cuts are necessary, and I'm concerned about the progress of the school. Question to the Minister of Finance and Affordability. Will you absolutely confirm today that the East Royalty Elementary School will not face delays, defers, or descope because of these cuts?
The Minister of Finance and Affordability.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For the East Royalty School, it's already in the works. It started. RFPs are out. They're awarded. The money's in the budget. Right now, it's a matter of just the construction process. But as far as this government's concerned, we're moving forward with that. The only delays I would suspect, if anything, is construction delays, if that happens. But money's in the budget, and everything is moving forward on that school. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from O'Leary, Inverness.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, back in 2003, the cattle industry has been dealing with protocols relating to BSE, or more commonly referred to as mad cow disease. One specific rule is a 30-month age verification based on dental regulations, and another is the removal of specified risk materials, or SRMs, which includes the removal of disposal of spines and brains for cattle over 30 months of age. Question to the Minister of Agriculture. Where in Canada are PEI's overage cattle unusable byproducts being disposed of currently?
Minister of Agriculture, Justice, Public Safety, and Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since 2003, Prince Edward Island has had to send their renders to Quebec at a great expense. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from O'Leary, Inverness.
That's very good, Mr. Minister. Appreciate that. But yes, St. Hyacinthe, Quebec, they have to go to the Sanimax rendering plant there. The Atlantic Beef Products plant in Albany has been paying significant money each year to dispose of these materials by hauling them to St. Hyacinthe for incineration. And we all know how much fuel and transportation costs have gone up. Question to the Minister of Agriculture. What do you estimate its cost to the beef plant and the industry to dispose of these materials annually or per head?
The Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for the question. It's a concerning amount of money, Mr. Speaker, and it's only getting more expensive. However, CFIA has recently announced that the SRM are going to possibly change in the near future and maybe align more with the USA. So that will make definitely more efficiencies for our processors and profitability for our processors and our farmers. So I look forward to that in the next few months. I hope that there's some good news coming on that.
Member from O'Leary, Inverness.
Well, that is indeed good news for the cattle industry, should it become a reality. But we do know the situation we are dealing with the United States these times, Mr. Speaker. Very, very tumultuous at best. Mr. Speaker, I drive by the PEI Energy from Waste plant every day on my way home from the legislature. And I know it costs between actually $30 and $50 per animal to dispose of these products, or actually for the beef plants, but $1.5 million annually. This is a very real issue for our cattle industry. Question to the Minister of Agriculture. Will the Energy from Waste facility, which is under construction, be capable of handling any SRM materials that might come from the beef plant?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you for the question. Actually, Mr. Speaker, we're looking at a model of a biodigester that will digest animal waste, seafood waste, and other food wastes that possibly could power Borden Carleton, we'll say, Mr. Speaker, that we're looking at a plant that's just started up in Winnipeg, Mr. Speaker. So we're looking to see how this biodigester is working and if it will work on Prince Edward Island. We already did the numbers. It will pay for itself, Mr. Speaker. So I think that's a real positive look at the industry and our ecosystem here on the island, Mr. Speaker, and our energy files. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from O'Leary, Inverness.
Well, once again, it's good to know that the department is working on some of these situations. As the Minister of Agriculture is well aware, he's involved in the dairy industry, and he knows what the competitions are and what issues that are faced there. But U.S. beef plants do not have to comply with these same disposal costs, while our beef plant have to deal with these exorbitant burden. If this facility cannot handle SRM disposal, why not? And what is your department doing to assist the beef plant for these exorbitant costs? So you did mention a little bit about a biodigester, but where and when will that facility be operational?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, member, thank you for the question, and I prefer a biodigester over a golf course, that's for sure, in that area, Mr. Speaker. If we can get that started right away, it's over the next few years, and we've had a great working relationship with the beef plant, and it's great to see their success over the last number of years. And with these changes that CFIA is hopefully going to be announcing in the next few months, they did a risk assessment between the U.S. and Canada, and it came out positive towards Canada. So they are looking at changing the amount of SRM that is required to be disposed of. So it's good news. Wait for that good news to happen in the next few months. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from O'Leary Inverness.
So with that answer, you sort of gave us a little bit of a teaser then that possibly the fixed link assembly site is going to be the location where you may be putting this rendering, digesting compost facility. I'm just wondering, has the member from Borden King Car been actually informed of that? But anyway, Minister, is that the potential location, or do you have other sites that might be possibilities to locate this biodigester for this specified risk materials?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you. So this possible digester in a possible area of Borden Carleton would best be located next to the beef plants because of costs of transporting material. You don't want to be moving it so the closer to the beef plant it as well. It also deals with our dead stock here in Prince Edward Island that we also pay over $1 million to deal with every year. Unfortunately, when you have livestock, you have dead stock here, Mr. Speaker, and we can't bury it because of our water source here on the island. So we have to deal with that. So this would be a good news story for many, many options here on the island, Mr. Speaker, and I look forward to maybe powering Borden Carleton someday. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Leader of the Third Party.
Great, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
There you go, there's a good segue for you.
Yeah. Interesting discussion. 100-acre biodigester in the fabrication. Mr. Speaker, Islanders understand that government has to make investments in healthcare, housing, and education, but they also expect those investments to come with a plan, with accountability, and to deliver results. Right now, Mr. Speaker, we're seeing growing deficits, delayed projects, and review after review with very little to show for it and no indication, Mr. Speaker, of how government plans to get its spending under control in the future. Question to the Premier. In order to restore confidence in our public finances, will you present Islanders with a stable, long-term plan of how you plan, Mr. Speaker, to address the growing deficit while continuing to support Islanders?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the Minister of Finance and Accountability has outlined a number of times our fiscal management plan that's been very carefully put together and our comprehensive expenditure review. But, Mr. Speaker, this government is making the hard choices now so Islanders don't have to make more difficult choices in the future, Mr. Speaker, and that's what we'll continue to do.
Leader of the Third Party, first supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The executive leadership at Health PEI is a perfect example of wasteful spending. So 2 years ago, when the previous CEO was first hired, government immediately directed her to overall Health PEI leadership. That cost Islanders millions. Now, shortly after that CEO has been let go, Health PEI is undergoing yet another executive overhaul, which will also cost Islanders all this money and time lost, Mr. Speaker, and not $1 from all of this restructuring has gone towards improving health care for Islanders. Question to the Premier. It's situations like this, Mr. Premier, that have put PEI in the absolute worst financial situation compared to every other province in Canada. At what point do you say no to spending that does not improve the lives of Islanders?
Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not quite sure where this question in particular is coming from. I think the Green Party has been asking for a little less heavy at the top, Mr. Speaker, which is exactly what I've delivered, and we're reducing the number of chiefs, we're reducing the number of executive directors, Mr. Speaker, so we can invest that money into the front lines.
The Leader of the Third Party, second supplementary.
So it comes down, Mr. Speaker, to proper use of our tax dollars. When it comes to how our tax dollars are spent, Islanders are sick and tired of this government's jiggery-pokery with respect to the tax dollars. And they want a plan, Mr. Speaker. They want a plan. We're a province with potential, Mr. Speaker. We have hard-working people, growing communities, and opportunities ahead of us. But Islanders are increasingly worried that this government's mismanagement is putting our financial future at risk. Question to the Premier. Mr. Premier, instead of uncertainty year after year and reviews and reorganizations that get redone every other year, will you commit, Mr. Premier, to a long-term fiscal and human resource strategy focused on stability, transparency, and measurable outcomes for Islanders?
The Honourable Minister of Finance and Affordability.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think we've been very clear. We have our fiscal anchors, we have our guardrails in place, we have a debt management strategy that we're looking at. We have reserves right now that are going against debts. We're building new reserves right now, and money are going into them to go against our debt as we work through. Our comprehensive review is actually going to look at that. It's going to look at exactly that. It's going to look at human and fiscal resources. That's part of that exercise. We know we have to find $200 million over the next 2 years in each year, and that work's already begun. So we're on top of it, Mr. Speaker. We realize where we are. It's a challenging time. We are like every other province across this nation. Our net debt to GDP is our key anchor. That's what we're measured on. We're under 40%, which is our guardrail, and we'll continue doing that work and managing the province's fiscal resources through very challenging times. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member from New Haven, Rocky Point.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Maritime Electric is trying to buy 2 used diesel generators at a cost approaching $500 million. And perhaps the most concerning thing about all this is that they're seeking approval from IRAC for a down payment of almost $50 million of Islanders' money to secure that purchase. But, Mr. Speaker, if the deal isn't completed for whatever reason, some or all of that down payment would be forfeited. It's kind of like Maritime Electric is asking for a credit card for their spending spree, but it's Islanders who will be on the hook if they buy this, and it has to be returned. To the Minister of Transportation, Infrastructure and Energy, do you think it's appropriate and fair for Maritime Electric to risk $50 million of Islanders' money on a project that might not get approved and has been shown by an independent study to be considerably more expensive than a battery storage option?
The Minister of Transportation, Infrastructure and Energy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I do thank the honourable member for your question. The honourable member references with regard to battery storage. I think that there's a number of factors, of initiatives that as a government that we do have to look at. With regard to battery storage, for example, I have referenced here a couple of times with regard to the expression of interest, Mr. Speaker, that was sent out, and the tremendous feedback that we received from that. Over 40 replies to that EOI. And those are the types of things, Mr. Speaker, as we review them, see the different aspects of things that are brought forward from that EOI and the responses that we've received to it, that we can start to build. Look at the future as well, Mr. Speaker. And it does have to be about the reliability for Islanders. Thank you.
Member from New Haven, Rocky Point, for supplementary.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. These 2 used turbines are being bought through a non-competitive process from an American supplier at a time when we're trying to support Canadian. The U.S. company indeed only started making these turbines a couple of years ago in 2023, and as far as I'm aware, there are only 2 of them operation and anywhere with no long-term data on their reliability. And the warranty, Mr. Speaker, that comes with this $500 million purchase is only 1 year. As somebody in this House mentioned, I bought a toaster with a longer warranty than that. To the same minister, does this sound like a reasonable risk to you?
Minister of Transportation, Infrastructure and Energy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And as the honourable member is aware, these applications are being reviewed. They are before IRAC at this point in time. I certainly do anxiously await what the decisions, recommendations that may come down from IRAC with regard to the various applications that Maritime Electric does have before them. I would say too, Mr. Speaker, but you look right across North America, really, certainly here in the Atlantic region, all of our provinces are facing challenges with regard to ensuring that we do have a reliable supply of energy for Islanders, for Maritimers, for Atlantic Canadians. Discussions have taken place, will continue to take place as far as how a region that we can work together to make sure all of our residents have that reliable supply of energy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for New Haven, Rocky Point, second supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. An independent study by Synapse Energy Economics, which was commissioned by IRAC, was recently released, and I'll be tabling it later today. It clearly states that Maritime Electric's application is deficient and does not properly compare the upfront or the lifetime costs of all the viable options, including batteries, compared to the diesel turbines. To the same minister, Batteries are cheaper, batteries can be delivered sooner, and unlike the diesel generators, they will help us meet our climate targets. Will you, Minister, step in like 2 previous energy ministers did before and stop the jiggery-pokery with these diesel turbines?
The Minister of Transportation, Infrastructure and Energy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I really do appreciate that both the leader of the third party and the honourable member have been able to insert that phrase into your questions today. Honestly, I think it's the first time that I've heard that phrase used in the legislature. I would assume it's not unparliamentary, or else you would have stepped in, Mr. Speaker, but certainly I am not going to circumvent a process that is in the works right now. Having said that, as I said in the answer to my previous, to the previous question, I do await what the recommendations, what the rulings are that come out, and then appropriate action. I assure the member, I assure Islanders, appropriate action will be taken at that time. Thank you.
The member from Summerside, Wilmot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, a major issue, and to that point a problem with our youth right across this country, is the consumption of caffeine energy drinks. These flavored energy drinks are easily accessible by youth, and too often we see young kids running around with them. Our neighbours in the Quebec legislature unanimously adopted a motion urging the government to strictly regulate energy drinks to those under 16 years of age, and work is underway. So, Mr. Speaker, let's go to the Minister of Health and Wellness for some questions. Minister, we all know that this can be a major issue for our young developing youth, and one that seems to be getting out of control. Have you had a chance to review, or have you been following the actions of the Quebec legislature?
The Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I haven't been following what Quebec has been doing, but I did see it in the news, I think yesterday or a few days ago. I have met with the Chief Public Health Officer on this exact topic probably about a month ago, and I've heard from, I think, principals that have issues with students drinking them in schools, Mr. Speaker. I guess the question would be is if there was to be a ban on or a certain age, would it be 16? Should it be 18? And then also the issue too of, well, there's coffee which has caffeine in it, which anyone can go through a drive-through or anywheres and purchase as well, Mr. Speaker. But I think one of the main issues is that the energy drinks in particular, when you mix them with medication for ADHD, it can have severe consequences. So I think there has to be an education component as well. Thank you.
Member from Summerside, Wilmot, first supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, back to that same minister for some questions around that education. Minister, it is not just the caffeine, but a lot of other additives such as niacin, taurine, ginseng, to name a few, that are very unhealthy for our youth or anyone. The flavored drinks are geared towards our younger generation who may not realize the severe cardiovascular risk of drinking them. Minister, with the severe side effects that even seen a fatality in Quebec youth from fatal cardiac arrhythmia, is your department educating parents and school communities on the risk?
Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the Minister of Education just kind of said to me there quickly that he's seen cases himself as a paramedic where folks have cardiac arrest and they haven't passed away, but they've had to treat those individuals. I guess what I could say is that right now we're exploring the option of a ban on a certain age, whether it's 16 or 18, I don't know. And I think there would have to be some consultation done, Mr. Speaker. It's not something I think we can do overnight just to see what the best option is as we move forward. But we are taking this very seriously, and I know a number of principals have also said to me in passing the issues that they have seen with these in schools. So it is something we're looking at.
The member from Summerside, Wilmot, second supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there's some great wording in that answer, but exploring and
and doing studies is not what we really want to hear. Back to that same minister. Minister, in the past, you successfully banned tobacco and flavored vapes to protect island youth from systemic health habits. High caffeine energy drinks, which pose immediate acute cardiac risk to children, should be treated with the exact same urgency. With your role as Health and Wellness Minister, can you commit to this House today to doing the right thing and keeping these caffeinated energy drinks out of the hands of our youth?
Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I took quite a bit of abuse when I banned flavored vapes, and I don't know if I want to go. I did do it. Geez, I don't know if I want to go through that again, to be honest. But no, we'll do the right thing. I think we'll take the time, review, consult. But I do think that there is a path forward in looking to restrict the sale of energy drinks to youth. I just would want to take a bit of time to see how that would look and how that would work, because they're sold in convenience stores, Mr. Speaker. You can get them in vending machines. They're quite widely available. So we're going to take the time, look at it. But yes, I do agree with the member that I think a ban on a certain age would be beneficial.
The member from Tyne Valley, Sherbrooke.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, home education continues to be an important and growing choice for many families across Prince Edward Island who are seeking diverse learning environments for their children. As we continue to prioritize the educational outcomes of every student on the island, it is vital that we maintain a clear and accurate understanding of the total number of students engaged in this model of learning. So, question to the Minister of Education and Early Years. Approximately how many students are currently registered as being homeschooled in Prince Edward Island for the 2025-2026 school year?
The Minister of Education and Early Years.
I was a little surprised that I didn't get questions from the leader of the third party on this, as he had some questions yesterday during the budget. I think it was you, member, about homeschooling. But I'm not completely surprised at Tyne Valley Sherbrooke. We have had conversations on this in the past. I wasn't prepared with the answers yesterday, so I did get a little information yesterday evening from my deputy. Currently, we've got about 300 students that are homeschooled. That number has dropped, they tell me, from approximately 400 during just after COVID. Public education in our system is always our preferred route, obviously, but I do appreciate parents that do homeschool their children. So, thank you.
Member from Tyne Valley Sherbrooke, first supplementary.
Mr. Speaker, I spent a lot of time talking to parents in my district who have chosen to homeschool their children. These are fantastic, dedicated people who are doing a great job. But I've also heard from some who are worried about kids falling through the cracks. We need to make sure that even though these children are learning at home, they aren't becoming invisible. We have a responsibility to know how these students are doing. So, a question to the same minister. What measures are your department currently using to track the well-being and the academic progress of these students?
The Minister of Education and Early Years.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I do disagree with the member in his suggestion that the education system has a responsibility to track academic progress of children. These parents decided to keep their children out of the public system, for a reason. So I don't know that responsibility should lie on the education system to track that. So currently, we don't have any mechanism to intervene in homeschooling. We do help in the way of materials and that sort of thing. But certainly, I think if there are concerns with, if someone comes to any member with a concern about a child that's being homeschooled, it probably should go to the appropriate family service like child protection or what have you, depending on the reason of their concern. But thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Tyne Valley, Sherbrooke and Green Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I know a lot of the homeschooling is great. I'm just worried about the kids that happen to fall through the cracks. Mr. Speaker, many other provinces have developed various frameworks for oversight, ranging from mandatory progress reporting to structured curricular reviews. These models help ensure consistent educational outcomes and provide a safety net for students, and we should be open to examining those successes. So, question to the same minister, what lessons can we learn from the systems in other provinces, and how can we apply those best practices to improve our current approach to our home education in Prince Edward Island?
The Minister of Education and Early Years.
I honestly can't speak for what other provinces are doing. Certainly willing to take a look at and do a jurisdictional scan potentially on what other provinces are doing that maybe we could adopt. But I can't stress this enough. You know, these parents have decided for any number of reasons that the public school system is you know, they don't want to go that route, and homeschooling is preferred. Once they've decided that, they've taken on that full responsibility for their child's education. You know, and if any parents are concerned with their children's academic progress, we would certainly welcome them back into our school system with open arms. As for what other provinces are doing, I will certainly sit down with the member after the session and have a more fulsome conversation on this. Maybe look at what we're doing in other jurisdictions in the country and go from there. Thank you.
Minister. The member from Charlottetown West Royalty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Over this session, we realized that primary care is of a deep concern to Islanders. I'm not sure we're seeing exactly where we're going with primary care. The plan is changing, seems like almost every day in here. Minister, will you commit over the summer to making sure that you invest every resource possible to get our primary care clinics up and operational across Prince Edward Island? There's too many not working. Will you do what you can to get those up and operational and recruit better, because this government has failed at recruitment of doctors in Prince Edward Island? Thank you.
Minister of Health. The Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Everyone was so happy and positive in here today. The honourable member shows up and it's taken a turn, but I'll try and explain what we're doing here in primary care very quickly. But no, the plan hasn't changed, Mr. Speaker. We have our patient medical homes across the province. I explained this in my interviews yesterday and in the legislature as well, Mr. Speaker, that we have our patient medical homes. We invested significantly in the resources in our patient medical homes, Mr. Speaker. I think the resources are there. We just have to work better in how we manage those facilities and utilizing all the resources we have and working more efficiently, Mr. Speaker, and assigning Islanders to the patient medical homes, which is exactly our plan this summer. Thank you.
The Leader of the Opposition, final question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So this is probably the fourth time I'm going to ask or raise this concern in the House, and I know the Minister of Health is looking at me. He knows what it is. So it's a situation that's facing the Tignish Senior Home residents who are being basically forced now into the emergency room to get their prescriptions refilled. The Minister told his House he would look into the matter and get back to us on it. Also with that, there was a capacity for residents of the community care facility who require 24/7 nursing care, and we require additional staffing to care for them. So would the minister be able to provide the answers to the community care facility today? And we don't want another promise. What we need is prescriptions refilled.
Come on.
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I know this is an issue that the Minister of Health has been working to resolve, and I think that he and the Leader of the Opposition can get together and talk about this and find a way through it. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to rise to answer what may be the final question of this period. And I've been reflecting on the session, and Mr. Speaker, last night I was very proud to be the winning bidder on the first auction item at the Lady Ball, and I was thinking, let's talk about the jiggery-pokery. Mr. Speaker, I was reflecting on the third party leader of the third party's comments about bidding up items last night, and it occurred to me that the members on the other side do a great job of bidding up the items here in the House, but Mr. Speaker, it's the government that has to close the deal. The opposition can say what they like, but we have to do the hard work of making the final bid, making the hard choices, and supporting the cause of Prince Edward Island, Mr. Speaker. So thank you very much.
And so ends question period. Any statements by ministers? Presenting and receiving petitions. Tabling of documents. The member from New Haven, Rocky Point.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. By leave of the House, I beg leave to table a report which is an examination of the MECL application for on-island capacity supply that was prepared for IRAC by Synapse Energy Economics Inc. And I move, seconded by the member for Charlottetown Victoria Park, that the document be now received and do lie on the table.
Shall it carry? The Minister of Fisheries, Rural Development and Tourism, Transportation, Infrastructure and Energy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, by leave of the House, I beg leave to table takebacks from debate on the Transportation, Infrastructure and Energy operating budget. And I move, seconded by the Minister of Finance and Affordability, that the said documents be now received and do lie on the table.
Shall it carry? Any other documents to be tabled? Reports by committees. Introduction of government bills. Orders of the day government. The Minister of Agriculture, Justice and Public Safety and Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the Honourable Premier, that the first order of the day be now read.
Shall it carry?
Order number 1, consideration of the estimates in committee.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move, seconded by the Honourable Premier, that this House do now resolve itself in the Committee of the Whole House to take into consideration the grant and supply to His Majesty.
Shall it carry? I'd like to call upon the Deputy Speaker to chair Committee of the Whole, debating the grant to supply to His Majesty.
This House is now in Committee of the Whole House to take into consider the grant of supply to His Majesty. Minister, do you have a stranger you'd like to bring onto the floor?
I do.
Shall it be granted?
Please grant it. Please.
Really doesn't look that strange.
He's been here a few times.
We wouldn't want to miss one word. If you could just state your name and your title for Hansard, please.
Chad McEwen, Director of Finance.
Okay, for those of you following along, we are on page 164. General Administration, Corporate Management, appropriations provided for the operation of the Office of the Minister and Deputy Minister, Policy, Records Management, and Staff Development. Administration, $16,900. Equipment, $4,500. Materials, Supplies, and Services, $10,100. Professional Services, $27,500. Salaries, $647,400. Travel and Training, $20,500. Total Corporate Management, $726,900. Open for questions. The member from Charlottetown Victoria Park.
Thank you, Chair, and welcome to the floor. Under professional services, what is the MNP LLP funding?
It was professional services work related to a organizational review. Organizational review?
The member, Charlottetown Victoria Park.
Thank you, Chair. And is that like organizational review of the whole department?
It was actually for College de Lille.
Oh, okay. Okay. I'm good. Thank you.
Shall the section carry? Oh, sorry, just wait. I'm going to go back and say total general administration, 726,900. Shall it carry? Population and settlement. Population and settlement appropriations provided for research, recruitment, settlement, and retention. Administration, 17,500. Equipment, 4,500. Materials, supplies, and services, 11,500. Professional services, 232,500. Salaries, 657,500. Travel and training, 8,200. Grants, 2,807,200. Total population and settlement, 3,738,900. Questions? Charlottetown West Royalty.
Hello, welcome back. Just a few questions here. This is a pretty important section. I noticed last year you spent just on the grants going out $356,000, and it's forecasted for 450,000. So that's an increase. Do you know? First question is, what was the forecast for last year? Did we underspend on that, or?
No, as this is a point in time, so this is as of February 28th. So a lot of these grants go out late February, early March. So we did spend the full amount.
Okay.
Charlottetown Victoria, or Charlottetown West Royalty.
So you were somewhere around 450,000. I see that's the line for next year.
Yeah, it's actually 600,000, but 150 of it is through SDS. Okay.
Okay, perfect.
Sorry, not SDS. Yes, SDS. Sorry.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
Yeah, and I appreciate the funding going out to these and being there. There's just one line to the University of Prince Edward Island for 27,600. What was that? Is that for events there, or is that a partnership with?
Yeah, it's a partnership with Work Integrated Learning.
Okay.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
I could ask more, but I'm not going to. Thanks a lot. Keep those grants going.
Okay, shall it carry?
Oh, just a second.
Oh, wait.
Sorry, Chair.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
Is the operational component, I noticed it's in two different spots here, is that in this section too?
It's below the Getty grants there.
Yeah, so I do have a couple questions in there. Sorry, because it's operational funding. I usually ask about the Black Cultural Society. To a certain point, they were at 151,000. They're going up to 241,000 next year. What's the difference in that? And is the rent excluded on the building in that number?
The rent is excluding, so it's not included in this grant amount, but you'll be happy to know that we have signed a 3-year agreement with them.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
So just what are the years for that?
We lined it up with the other operational grants, so it'd be 25, 26, and then 2 more years after that. So 27, 28 is when all those agreements expire.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
No, I could ask about the other lines, but I see, I like to see this, there's a slight increase in this, especially during the times. This is important funding for our communities. I'll just leave it at that. Thanks a lot. I always watch this section, so thanks a lot, Minister and Judd. Appreciate it.
Shall it carry? Carry. Total population settlement, 3,738,900. Shall it carry? Labor and industrial relations, appropriations provided for industrial relations services to employers, unions, and individuals. The Labor Relations Board, the Employment Standards Board, the Office of the Worker Advisor, the Office of the Employer Advisor, and the Workers' Compensation Appeals Tribunal. Administration, 34,400. Equipment, 8,000. Materials, supplies, and services, 13,700. Professional services, 212,000. Salaries, $1,261,900. Travel and training, $21,600. Grants, $2,500. Total labor and industrial relations, $1,554,100. Questions? Charlottetown West Royalty.
Thanks a lot. I noticed the Stuart McKelvey got $134,000 for, what was the breakdown of that? Seems a little bit.
It's various various fees that we had them do, so it's just professional services for different items, so I don't know if we can get in too deep on exactly what we're hired to do there.
Charlottetown West Royalty?
And I guess the same thing would be on, for the other in there. There's, I guess, are we proportionally spending as little as we can on lawyers' fees throughout this section, or is the cost going up year over year?
No, like, last year was a little higher, as you can see, the forecast compared to the budget. There was some legislative reviews being done that needed some outside work. There was also some strikes in there that needed some outside help. So it all depends on an annual basis on where we're going to go. We don't really know, but the budget is there for it.
Okay.
Charlottetown West Royalty?
I think I'm good on this section, thanks.
Okay, the member from Charlottetown Victoria Park.
Thank you, Chair. So you had asked about, okay. Is the Temporary Foreign Worker Protection Act under this section?
It is, yep.
Do you have, are you able to speak a little bit how the new legislation's going, if there's any more, and how many staff are dedicated to that?
Okay, I'll try, I'll start, and
Okay.
maybe Jed can give you a little bit more of the details on the staff. So the temporary foreign worker, there is being implemented in two phases. The first phase was implemented in April of last year, I believe it was, and phase two is working through right now. I don't have a date on that, on when that one's going to be complete. And then maybe Jed can tell you about the numbers of staff.
Yeah, it's a federal program, so April 1 was when the phase 1, as the minister mentioned there. Phase 2 of the act will come into force this year and reintroduce employee registry administration penalties.
Charlottetown Victoria Park.
Thank you, Chair. And is there any funding in this budget for education around that by any chance?
That's, the plan is to educate and train, yeah, for sure.
Charlottetown Victoria Park.
And I don't know if, I can't remember when we had this discussion, if you and I had it before, but one of the things that I'd gone to an event to support temporary and foreign workers with not the Sierra Club, but anyway, it doesn't matter, I'll think of the name after, but one of the things that they had asked for in terms of, because whenever temporary foreign workers come here, many experience abuse of various forms. And one of the things that they said in order to protect or to empower them coming to a strange place, a strange country, maybe not speaking the language, is their point of entry. This may be federal too, but their point of entry to have information about where they're going, different programs that are available for them, different groups that are there to support them. Do you know if that's something that's being worked on? Again, I don't know if that would be provincial or federal, that part of it.
Thanks for the question, member. My assumption, and it's just based on an assumption, I'm sure my staff are watching right now and they'll probably provide me with a better answer, but I think that is federal, A, but I think B2, I'm assuming URSA might help a little bit in that situation, but again, don't quote me on that, and I'm sure I'll get an answer here in a second.
Charlottetown Victoria Park.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate that. So with respect to the Workers' Compensation Appeals Tribunal, do you know how many files were opened and closed last year?
I do have that, yeah.
Wondering if these are staying consistent or trending in any way?
They had 13 hearings and issued 15 decisions.
How many, sorry?
13 hearings and 15 decisions.
Oh,
Charlottetown Victoria Park.
thank you, Chair. That's interesting. How do you have more, there must have been a couple of decisions.
Probably some carryover.
Yeah, okay.
I'll
Thank
do
you,
one
Chair.
more and then I'll come back.
Okay, thank you. Are the employment standards officers or inspectors funded under this section?
Yep.
And is there a wait time for these inspectors to complete work when there's a complaint made?
That'd more be the workers' comp, I think you're
Okay.
of it, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, Leader of the third party.
Thanks, Chair. So again, going back to the professional services on page 7, and I know there was questions asked, and there's obviously legal services provided to the department in this section, but not all of the itemized vendors or providers or lawyers or law firms. Can you give a bit of an overview or description of what some of the other services that would be provided under this section that come up to $194,000?
You're looking at the individual names, I would assume.
Yeah, and sorry, Chair, they're just not all,
Yeah, so they'd be for stipends, honorariums for the WCAT hearings.
Okay.
Leader of the third party.
So that would encompass all of the other providers there?
Yes, and then there's also like translation services as well in there as well.
Okay.
Leader of the third party.
So has the office fully moved out of Sherwood to the new location at the Atlantic Technology Center?
We has as of April 21st, I think it was. They're in there now, yeah.
Leader of the third party.
So it's fully set up and there's no funding for the operation, for that move? It's going?
That'd be capital. But we did have the capital was approved in 25, 26.
One more, and I'll put you back on the list.
Thanks, Jim.
Leader
My
of the
last
third
one,
party.
I don't need to go back. My last one would be, so is it fully staffed now? Do we have all of the positions filled? I know the director, I think, has left the position. Sean has left the position of labor relations, and all the positions are full now?
Yeah, so the director actually was Patricia. She left, and that has been filled in-house. So, yeah, somebody applied to that, and they're currently the director there now.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. The member from Charlottetown Victoria Park.
Chair, I think I just have one more question, and I don't know if this is the right section for this or not, but if government funds a program, so I'm looking at the practical nursing program, would that fall anywhere in this budget?
You're likely into the post-secondary side of things, or it could be in skills. I'm not sure your question, but it would likely be skills or post-secondary.
Okay, I'll wait till then.
Before we carry the section, Chair, we do have one temporary foreign worker protection officer here in the province. And to your question on the educational piece, we do work with IRCC and partners to make sure that that education is available.
Shall the section carry? Total labor and industrial relations, $1,554,100. Shall it carry? Workforce development, skills PEI, appropriations provided for the administration and delivery of programs targeted at improving the Prince Edward Island labor market. Administration, $170,900. Equipment, $25,500. Material supplies and services, $165,500. Professional services, $102,300. Salaries, $4,922,500. Travel and training, $45,500. Grants, workforce development agreement, $2,831,100. Labor market development agreement, $20,002,100. Essential skills training, 0. Provincial programs, $8,672,600. Total skills PEI, $36,938,000. Questions? O'Leary, Inverness.
Yeah, Minister, I'm just trying to get a better sense of the workforce development agreement and the labor market development agreement. It sort of looks like I see that the federal government contributed to $30 million under the labor market development agreement. And then there's this workforce agreement section, and it looks like it's federal, but can you maybe explain the difference between the two?
The workforce development agreement focuses on those with greater barriers for employment.
Right.
Where the LMDA is more target EI.
Right.
O'Leary, Inverness.
But they're both funded by the federal government as part of that 30 million?
They are, yeah.
Okay. So my next question is, Chair, so what kind of flexibility, because obviously, Minister, I had a number of questions for you regarding the whole issue pertaining to the oyster fishery, regarding, like, say, the self-employed program, the training PEI, some of these different, and they are all federal. So as far as criteria, do you have any leeway in that of eligibility?
So I'm going to let maybe Jed talk about that a little bit, but I do want to tell you, Honourable Member, that after our question set, I would love to welcome you up to the Skills PEI location. I'm going to be going up there myself, and I would love for you to come in and to tour and meet all the staff and have a conversation, and we can talk about those things. I think that that would be maybe beneficial for the both of us. Specifically to your question, I don't know if Jed has any detail on that.
Yeah, the only detail I think I'll talk about the oyster stuff is we do have a 1.4 million that has been announced for the contingency fund, which is not in here. It's with general government, right? So.
Larry Inverness.
Yeah, because I think as I talked before about the issue around, as I used the self-employed PEI program, and about the ability where if, in my particular case, I had a constituent that if he was a public fisher, he would have been eligible. In this particular case, he was on EI and he was a shellfish laborer and he held a public license, but he was ruled ineligible. So I kind of go back to saying on the eligibility criteria, Minister, if you have some flexibility on that, if you could open that up to allow more people to qualify, you do a great benefit to the industry. You're really not changing much in your budget situation. I mean, yes, you have more applications, but you may have more priorities you can pick on the business opportunities that exist out there, or training, or the list goes on. So I'm just wondering if you could, if you have that flexibility, and if you don't have the flexibility, is there a possibility you can renegotiate or get some approval from the federal government? Because I don't see why they would not want to allow that to happen too. So anyway, so have you had any negotiations with your federal counterparts on eligibility of the LMDA agreement and workforce agreement?
So I don't know specifically right on the spot if there is that flexibility, Honourable Member. I know that I have a number of FPTs that are coming up, and of course I always lobby for what is best for Prince Edward Island. And I think the biggest thing to tell, Chair, I think the biggest thing to tell people is that, you know, like, PEI is very unique, and I know you've been in this role before, so you're quite familiar with this, Honourable Member. But the big thing that I want to argue for is for that flexibility, so that because we're delivering the programs, and I assure you that I will argue and debate the federal government for everything that is more beneficial for islanders and island workers.
One more member and I'll put you back on the list. Larry Inverness.
Yeah, this is probably my last anyway, but when it comes to that sense of flex, I'm assuming you have flexibility because you are able to make public fishers eligible, as an example, and with the contingency money that's been allocated, you have some sense of flexibility. So I guess I just sort of look at it. You know, I felt a little bit previously when I'd be criticizing the government as far as the province would be standing up and saying that, you know, we provided this much money and the federal government provided nothing. Well, the LMDA is, like, say, $30 million of federal money. And, you know, so how much, as far as the administration side of this, to my understanding is that the province, because you still have a $36 million total skills, and the feds only had contributed $30 million, so there's $6 million of provincial money. And so it's really a case where they're providing the programming and the province is providing the administration and decision-making on who gets approved process of that. Is that correct, Minister, or Jed?
Keep in mind, Honourable Member, that federal base funding has stayed, probably decreased since the last 10 years, right? So we have to work and everything else is increasing, the minimum wage is increasing, the cost of living is increased, so we're doing the best we can with that federal money that we're receiving.
Just on a small end, but still the reality is there's $30 million that's federal money of the $36 million. You know, I mean, in the end of the day.
And part of that goes towards wages as well, right?
Well, yeah, obviously, yeah. But anyway, I stand on that.
The member from Charlottetown West Raleigh.
Thank you very much.
Just
can you just speak to the essential skills training? It seems like an important topic. There was some money in it, just 30,000. I think it'd be a little bit higher, but there's no money allocated for next year. Why?
Yeah, it's just a federal program that expired. We were still working on a new agreement last year, so we didn't expect anything at that time, but there was some carry forward monies that were spent.
Charlottetown West Raleigh.
Is it expired? Are you renegotiating that for the future?
No, the program was discontinued, sorry.
Charlottetown West Raleigh.
So for the labor market development agreement, which we just talked about, which a little bit, which is the EI program, I noticed there's an increase in it next year. Is that, would that be all federal support?
That actually relates to, sorry to interrupt here, that actually relates to the tariff response and the global market shift. So mainly that's the steel and softwood lumber that we increased. So we amended the agreement for an extra $1.8 million.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
So that would have been just an extra $1.8 million from the federal government to the province of PEI. That's all that increase was?
Yeah.
You didn't, okay.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
Thank you very much. Looks like, just talk to the salary line, 4.6 million. We were a little bit under on that, and I noticed there's an increase of about $300,000. Are we getting more employees, or is that collective agreement?
There were some vacancies in the year last year, which kind of offset the collective agreement. This year, we filled 2 of the vacancies, and again, with the collective agreement, that's the increase.
Just one more follow-up, Chair.
Go ahead, Charlottetown West
Yeah, I
Royalty.
just want to say how important this section is, Minister and Jeb. This is a very important section for labor in Prince Edward. I want to say a big shout out to all the staff that are working there. They really make some things happen and make careers blossom. So I look forward to just saying thank you to them.
Charlottetown Victoria Park.
Thank you, Chair. The provincial programs were underspent by $1 million. Was there one that didn't happen, or was this spread across?
Yeah, that was the upskilling and reskilling. It was delayed. We were waiting on negotiations with the federal response for the steel and aluminum.
What was the last?
The steel and aluminum, that softwood lumber that we talked about there earlier, so.
Yeah, okay.
But we do have that in there this year for $1 million.
Okay.
Charlottetown Victoria Park.
Thank you, Chair. Under professional services, there was some work done by Volume 18. What was that project?
That's social media management.
Charlottetown Victoria Park.
And one with Grant Thornton? What was that one?
That's the audit services for the LMDA and WA. Yeah.
Charlottetown Victoria Park.
Thank you, Chair. I'm gonna ask that practical nursing question here.
Sure, yeah.
So from what I understand, I was speaking to someone who works in that program, and government funded an extra class to increase the number of practical nursing seats in the Holland College program, and that funding is set to end in 2027. Is there any talk about renewing that, about funding that program further, or does government feel like it's kind of met its?
It sounds like it's a Holland College decision. I can't remember. Like it's probably funded through our operations in post-secondary, actually. I can't speak to if they're ending that or not.
Okay.
Charlottetown Victoria Park.
Thank you, Chair. So am I misunderstanding that then? From what I understood from the conversation, she said that government funded an extra 32 seats, and that there's still quite a long wait list. So I assumed maybe there was a government program to get more practical nurses through, but judging by the looks on your faces, I'm guessing not.
So there is funding in post-secondary but it's not directly relating to the nursing at Holland College. That's for a new funding for the LPN to RN.
The bridging.
More than the bridging. It's to get their Bachelor of Science. So there's 14 new nursing going once they graduate from Holland College, which we can get into later on in post-secondary as well. So.
Okay, thank you. I'm good.
Okay, the leader of the third party.
Thank you, Chair. What section, please, would it be, would we find the student summer employment programs, jobs for youth post-secondary?
That'd be in post-secondary or EDA.
Okay, so it's coming up.
Yeah.
Leader of the third party. You're good. Okay, the member from Tyne Valley Sherbrooke.
Thanks, Chair. Just is the retraining that we did for oyster fishers, does that fall in this section, or?
Yep.
How much, do you have a figure on how much we spent on that, the retraining?
There wasn't very much in 25-26, but we do have 1.4 million available through the contingency fund this year. Yes.
Tyne Valley Sherbrooke.
No, I think that's it. That's good.
The member from Charlottetown Hillsborough Park.
Chair, hi.
Not sure if this question belongs here or not, but I'm wondering about, yesterday I asked when the education budget was up about training for EAs who do not meet the qualifications, and thought that there might be some funding available here for people to skill up. Would that be under this section or
Yeah, I
another?
mean, there's all kinds of programs and skills. They can, Steps for Success is one, which directly relates to the early childhood.
That's early
and so,
childhood, yeah.
But if they want to upskill, like training PEI, yeah, they could, if you have a particular person you're looking for, I'd recommend to contact Skills PEI or one of the CDS organizations across the province, so.
Charlottetown Hillsborough Park.
Thank you for that. Minister, I'm wondering if there's a target that could be looked at similar to skills or Steps to Success, which is for early childhood educators. But if we have 20 to 30% of our educational assistants that are do not meet the educational requirements, is there a gap that can be filled through your department in here or any other budget line?
I'm sure that's something that we can look at, honorable member. It'd be something I'd have to bring back, though. I don't know right off the top of my head.
Charlottetown Hillsborough Park.
Thank you for that. Encourage you and the Minister of Education early years to work on that one. Thank you. Then I wonder then, in absence of that, if somebody wanted to take the initiative on their own to go back to school to get whatever they need, there are programs in here they can reach out to one of the organizations, is what I hear you saying?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you.
Seeing no one else on my list, shall this section carry? Apprenticeship. Appropriations provided for the administration of apprenticeship training and certification of tradespersons. Administration, $13,100. Equipment, $4,500. Material supplies and services, $20,000. Professional services, $75,000. Salaries, $677,500. Travel and training, $23,400. Grants, $245,000. Total apprenticeship, $1,058,500. Question. Oh, it was a draw. Leader of the third party.
Oh, thank you, Chair. So I'm seeing that there is professional services for the Council of Atlantic Premiers, roughly $24,000. But then I'm flipping around, I see a grant for $215,000. Can you explain why there's both professional services and why there's also a grant?
Yeah, so one is for the professional services, is for the maintenance funding for the AHP to ensure the common curriculum process and training methods across the Atlantic provinces. The grant relates to the AMS hosting, so that's more the online service that's coming into play.
Leader of the third party.
So the grant is for an online service? That's the higher of the two, too. That's a lot of money for, I'm not sure what that would.
Yeah, we're into the implementation costs there now for the program.
Leader of the third party.
Could you just explain a little bit more about what that program is? I'm not trying to be obtuse, I just don't really understand.
Yeah,
what
it's
all
part
about.
of a major initiative to maximize similarities among apprenticeship authorities and modernize apprenticeship management services. We're trying to use national best practices, and other provinces may join in the future. Right now, it's PEI, New Brunswick, and Nova Scotia.
Okay.
Leader of the third party.
And this fits under the Council of Atlantic Premiers, and you didn't mention Newfoundland, so it's like the Maritime Premiers. Okay.
Yeah.
And
Leader of the third party.
And so there was a $30,000 underspend, I assume. And what's the budget for next year? I'm not seeing. Is it $245,000 for next?
245, yeah. So in 26-27, there's expected to be some extra costs related to the data security and getting the front end live.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. The member from Charlottetown, Victoria Park.
I'm wondering about the kind of apprenticeship in general. I know when the member from Kensington Malpeque was in that role, we met a couple of times with people who were had specific issues kind of with the apprentice program, and it was kind of identified that it wasn't, it wasn't working as effectively as maybe it could be. Is that something that the department has looked at or plans to look at?
I think that's a hard one for me, maybe, or Jed, to answer that, because I'm not sure specifically what those issues were. It's been a little while since the member from Kensington Malpeque has been in the role, but if there are specific things, please send them my way, and I'll make sure that they're looked into for sure.
Charlottetown Victoria Park.
Thank you, Chair. And of course, the Deputy Minister, Mary Hunter, was very much involved in those conversations as well, so she would have that knowledge.
Okay.
Is this, I know the member from Charlottetown Hillsborough Park asked this, and I'm not sure if it was under the last section, so tell me if I'm in the wrong place, but about EA training?
It was in the last section.
That was, okay. Missed my chance. Thank you, I'm good.
Shall the section carry? Total workforce development, $37,996,500. Shall it carry? Post-secondary and continuing education. Appropriations provided for post-secondary coordination, the regulation of private training businesses, and the administration of the division. Administration, $23,600. Equipment, $900. Materials, supplies, and services, $24,800. Professional services, $30,000. Salaries, $946,600. Travel and training, $7,500. Total general, $1,033,400. Questions? Charlottetown West Earldie.
So for, just maybe going to the end line for the University of Prince Edward Island, the estimate was $80,700,000, and it seems like they underspent. I don't get how you underspent the university and underspent last year. Just maybe, Jeb, you know what I'm talking about. I don't know how this.
You're getting a little ahead of yourself. We're just carrying the general right now.
Oh, shit. Was that the carry of the suit? Thank you.
You good?
I'm good.
Okay, shall the section, oh wait, I got some hands. The member from New Haven Rocky Point?
Oh, no, I was just
No?
adjusting
Okay,
my
well,
mic.
good thing we're not in the auction tonight, because I tell you there'd be bids everywhere. Leader of the third party, is that a wave or a hand, or what's going on?
Both, all of the above, Chair.
Okay.
So this is where I could ask questions on the Jobs for Youth, did I hear?
The Jobs for Youth is in Employment Development Agency.
Oh, employment, okay. Okay, sorry, I thought I heard you say, post-secondary and continuing education. Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
Shall this section carry? Post-secondary grants, appropriations provided for post-secondary education institutions, student assistance, adult basic education, and literacy training. College de Lille, core operating grant, $402,400. Student tuition subsidy, $69,200. Restricted funding, $661,100. The total is $1,132,700. Do we do this section? So I'm going to do all of these sections, and you can ask questions on all 5 lines in this budget. So Holland College has a core operating grant of $27,469,200. They have student tuition subsidy of $6,155,800, and they have restricted funding at $6,977,500 for a total of $40,602,500. The University of Prince Edward Island has a core operating grant of $49,664,700. They have restricted funding of $33,971,100 for a total of $83,635,800. The Atlantic Veterinary College, $11,351,200. The Maritime Provinces Higher Education Commission, $1,435,700. Lifelong Learning Grants, $191,800 for total post-secondary grants of $138,349,700. Questions? Charlottetown Victoria Park.
Thank you, Chair. And I have a question on the one question on the apprenticeship section out of curiosity, and it slipped past me. Could I ask that? I can tell you what thank you. I'm just very curious what the $15,750 to the Minister of Finance in Alberta, what that would be for.
Well, that's for the, GED. Yeah, the CAKE exams now, Canadian.
The GED, that used to be called the GED.
The new GED.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Charlottetown Victoria Park.
Thank you, and thank you for that. So with the immigration changes federally, I know that UPEI and Holland College, of course, has seen a significant decrease in students, which inevitably means they're going to get less tuition. So was there an increase based on that to Holland College and UPEI?
Based on what, sorry?
On the tuition, the loss of tuition?
It's factored in when we're dealing with the college and UPEI. It's definitely a conversation. So you can see they have Holland College has a 4.5% increase to their core, and UPEI is 3%. So.
Charlottetown Victoria Park.
Thank you, Chair. And under Collège de Lille, the mental health funding is decreasing from 4,500 to 1,100. What would that cover? And why the cut there?
I don't think it's a cut. It's just based on the number of students. You can see, like, we do budget for that, so maybe 4,500 was, we probably should have adjusted a little higher this year, but it will be there it's on a per student basis.
Okay.
Charlottetown Victoria Park.
Thank you, Chair. And no real increase to Collège de Lille. Did they request an increase?
They have a 2% in their core, yeah.
Thank you, Chair. So last year at Holland College, again with kind of the decrease in students, we've lost a lot of different courses at Holland College, which has a real impact on our domestic students, of course, because then they don't have access. Do you have a sense from the college, from that, if we're losing any more courses this year?
I don't have that in front of me here. No.
Yep, Charlottetown Victoria Park.
Thank you, Chair, and I recognize you may not have had that. A UPEI, $1 million in an operating grant. Can you share what was requested from UPEI this year?
Sorry, where are you at?
The, under the, an
You're under
operating
core?
grant, just wait, where am I? Yeah, the core operating grant.
That's 4.5%. That's
Yeah.
1.4.
And was that, had they requested, do you know what they requested?
Yeah, they requested higher. I mean, we're trying to work with them and what they needed and stuff like that. And the settlement was 4.5%, which with UPEI, so.
Charlottetown Victoria Park.
Thank you, Chair. And an increase to the Faculty of Medicine's operation funding. Why do we see this increase but no increase in other departments?
Well, this is going to be year 2 of intake, so there's the second cohort of students coming in, so more faculty will need to be hired. There's going to be a full year of operations, so the lights and everything to heat up the building would increase.
Charlottetown Victoria Park, do you have many more?
I do have a couple more, so maybe I can just ask one more and then.
Sure,
okay.
and then it doesn't matter. The leader of the third party is the only other person on my list, so if he's patient, wait, you ask.
He's fine. So the AVC capital projects, actually, no, sorry, let me start again. The increase to the LPA to that bridging, it's not called the bridging program, but that program that we were just talking about, the licensed practical nursing seats to, can you give us an update on what this funding will provide? Does that include more seats? I think you kind of mentioned that already.
It does, yeah. It's every second year there's going to be 14 intake of LPNs. So it's a bridge program to enter directly into the third year of the Bachelor of Science program at UPEI. Following completion at Holland College, they'll need some prerequisite courses. So the first bridging semester will happen in July, followed by a full intake in the third year of bachelor, which will happen in the fall of 2026. So every 2 years, there'll be 14 new LPNs.
Such a great program. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, the leader of the third party.
Thanks, Chair. Just looking at, there's a couple of lines there for the Faculty of Medicine. There's the operations line, which we've talked about. Just making sure sometimes the columns are reversed. I want to make sure I'm looking at the right ones. And the construction debt. Is this where we find the extent of the funding to the Faculty of Medicine? Or is there any other sources where there'd be money to the faculty?
No, it's all in here, yeah.
Okay.
Leader of the third party.
What's the trajectory 2, 3, 5 years for what's anticipated for funding to the faculty as it gets up and running?
I don't have that in front of me, but I know they have supplied some expected costs. I can't remember where it exactly flattens out a little bit, where you're just getting your cost of living, but we're pretty close to there now.
Leader of the third party.
So you say we're pretty close to there, so just sort of looking at the numbers that's in the big book now, it's anticipated that for the faculty to continue its operations as it gets its second and third cohorts in and processing, and that's going to, you think that's going to hold steady around that number?
I'd like it to hold fairly steady, but I can't say. There's also like the MUN partnership that UPEI has in there, so that can fluctuate as well too. I know it did increase about $700,000 this year.
Okay.
Leader of the third party.
Yeah. I guess I always wonder when we get to UPEI and the colleges, just how we determine, what amount to give. And I mean, I'm sure it's quite a process to make sure that it's enough, but not too much. Any comment on how that discussion works to land on the numbers? Because it's a big enough number, like 77 million for UPEI alone.
Yeah, and I think we have a great relationship with both, as I mentioned before. We start these negotiations probably in October on what they're expecting to need for the upcoming fiscal. There is a little bit of a back and forth on what their total asks are and what we can kind of provide to them. And I think both of us, we try to meet in the middle as best we can.
Leader of the third party.
So I'm trying to remember the name of the report. Is it Reuben Tomlinson report? Is there any, do we fund UPEI anything specific to advance the recommendations in that report?
So you'll see there is about $261,000 for the UPEI action plan under restricted funding.
Right. Okay.
Leader of the third party. One more, and I'll come back to you.
And I see that's consistent with last year. Again, is there a 3 or 5 year, 2, 3, 5, whatever trajectory for that?
It is. I'm pretty sure it's a 4 or 5 year plan. I can't remember exactly, but.
Okay. Can I just have a quick follow-up?
Sure.
Is there, I know there must be some sort of monitoring and oversight of how the plan is getting implemented. Is there strings attached?
So UPEI does publish what they have on their website as a result of this action plan. So it's an annual thing right now. So I believe there is something on their website.
Yeah, it's a 5-year plan, and they are posting everything on their website. So yeah, they're.
So I guess,
the third party?
Thank you, and I know there's others on the list. I'll wrap it up with this one, Chair. But I'm going to go back on the list for another topic. But I guess there might be some disclosure on the website, and I will definitely check that out. But I'm wondering if our commitment with the funding is tied to success and implementation, so that there's some accountability on the part to make sure that the recommendations are actually getting implemented.
There is accountability. So yeah, they would have to provide some performance measurements back to us. This mainly 261 is for that audit and the salary of the audit manager.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Charlestown West Royalty.
Thank you, Chair. Just start off with the question too, that I was asking before about, it was budgeted 80 million and they only spent 77 million. Was that because of it was done in February? You know, the report back was done in February? Or I don't understand why there was an underspend so large when.
That's good news. That's nothing in relation to the action plan. It's actually related to, like I said, we have a tight working relationship with UPEI. They have mentioned they have delayed their hirings in the med school. So there was savings there of about $1 million, and the timing of the construction debt, when they rolled that over, they had ended up having a more favorable rate than we were expecting. So there's about a $2 million savings there.
Charlottetown Mastrosty?
Okay, so that just had all to do with the med school and the hiring there, and I'll bring it back to the Faculty of Medicine, which was talked about, and I listened to all the answers, but $21.8 million next year, and you say that's going to flatten out. How much of that goes to Memorial? We mentioned I know there's an MOA with Memorial. How much of that goes to Memorial?
It's at 2.7.
Charlottetown Mastrosty?
So 2.7, and then, so why, if I'm thinking back to the MOA that was signed, wasn't that a 3-year MOA with Memorial, or do you know, Minister?
I don't know.
Why did it go up 700,000? Was it just, is that what it's going to go up with each cohort of 20 students that come in?
Well, I don't know if that specific number is what you're talking about, but of course there are going to be, increases as the numbers come in because, every year we're adding 20 new students to the program.
Charlottetown Mastrosty?
So, but we have 20 students or 40 students, and we're looking at paying $21 million. That's the math is getting up there. That's a lot of money. What have you, Minister, looked at a return in service contribution that is that built into this number? Why is that number rising so rapidly?
So the other part of this too, Honourable Member, is that like UPEI is wanting accreditation, right? They want to have the med school being an accredited school. So that number will decrease once that does take place.
Charlottetown Mastrosty?
So when is that, are we putting money aside, and when is that going to happen? And when will the minister go on record and say when that will happen, the accreditation?
That doesn't have anything to do
Well,
with
I'm not personally going to be accrediting them, if that's what you're asking. If I had that power, I'm sure I would use it, but.
Can you tie it up with the budget?
Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be expensive to accredit a med school, and those things usually happen over a long period of time. And I'm hearing 2029, that seems awful ambitious, and it's going to be very expensive to do that. Minister, what are some of the costs associated with that, and is there any in this budget?
There's nothing in this 26-27 budget for that. Like that 21 million is operational costs for the med school.
Yeah.
Okay, one more, and I'm going to go to the member from Charlottetown Victoria Park. So Charlottetown Mastrosty?
Thank you very much. So when we're talking about the construction debt, I find it's in here, so that opens up just a couple questions on that. So that's servicing the construction that was done in the med school. I remember there was a sign, I think it was $48 million. Is that where it landed in the end? How much did it cost to build that building? And are we expecting, why did it go from $1.8 million last year to $4 million this year? Put a bunch of questions in there.
I think I kind of half mentioned that earlier about just the timing when it rolled forward.
Yeah.
And the better favorable rate. That's why 1.8. So 4 million will be the going forward annual payment. In regards to the cost of it, we actually were benefit of that. The original budget was about 81 million on our part. UPEI was able to get some federal funding towards that, so the actual cost to our department is only about 53,000 for that.
53,000?
Sorry, 53 million.
Oh, I've been like, we're out of debt.
Yeah.
Okay, the member from Charlottetown Victoria Park.
Thank you, Chair. We've been hearing a lot lately about shortages of veterinaries. Veterinarians, oh my gosh, sorry. And do we see money in this budget to increase seats there? Or is there any talk of that?
That's in the ABC, yeah. So we did sign a new year, 5-year agreement with them in 24-25, which did increase 1 seat each year.
Charlottetown Victoria Park.
Thank you, Chair. Looking in the big book at, under, I don't know what it is, I think it's under UPEI, the International Student Backfill. It looks like this year we spent $2 million, but that funding is discontinued. What is that for?
That was just a one-time thing for the international student reduction the UPI had requested for. They indicated they didn't need that this year, so.
Charlottetown Victoria Park.
Thank you, Chair. Did we give similar funding to Holland College? Was that something that they requested?
Nothing they requested.
Charlottetown Victoria Park.
Thank you, Chair. The UPI Open Education Resource is $50,000. They're not being, that's not being renewed this year. Is that something that we've, if my memory serves me correctly, that number's been in there for a little while. Maybe I'm wrong there. I'm wondering why that's been discontinued.
Yeah, it was kind of in 2 places. So we did actually fund that above in the restricted funding, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Charlottetown Victoria Park.
Thank you, Chair. And I think my last question, under lifelong grant, actually I have 2 more questions, sorry. Under lifelong grants, there's miscellaneous for $117,500, but it's not being renewed. What's that for?
The big thing was CAMIT dissolved. So there's a huge savings there, and then the partial refund in 25-26.
Okay.
Charlottetown Victoria Park.
Thank you, Chair. And under the lifelong learning grants, what sorts of things do those grants fund? I see the list of places that get those, but I'm wondering is there certain programs, or is it?
I think it's all listed, like SHAD Canada, community schools, workplace, or so, yeah.
Okay. I misunderstood that, but yes, thank you. Okay, I'm good.
Okay. Shall this section carry? Carry. Total post-secondary and continuing education, $139,383,100. Shall it carry? Acadian and Francophone Affairs Secretariat, appropriations provided for the coordination of measures relating primarily to the implementation of the French Language Services Act within the provincial government, including support to departmental French service coordinators, coordination of several bilateral agreements, provision of translation services, administrative support to the Acadian and Francophone Community Advisory Committee, and several other initiatives which support French language services. Administration, $11,700. Equipment, $7,400. Materials, supplies, and services, $8,600. Professional services, $144,700. Salaries, $1,118,500. Travel and training, $22,500. Grants, $63,300. Total Acadian and Francophone Affairs Secretariat, $1,376,700. Questions? Charlottetown Victoria Park.
Red Fox Consulting, what was that for?
Capacity optimization for translation services.
Charlottetown Victoria Park.
Thank you, Chair. And the freelance translation, what was that for?
That's just various translators that our staff can't handle, so we got to go to outside sources.
Okay. One more.
Charlottetown Victoria Park.
Are there no grants under this section?
There is, yeah.
There is?
65,000 or 63,000 in 26-27.
And in the big book, do you know what page that would be on? Does it? They're not in here? Okay. Do you?
It should be under wall, page 23 of 23, wall 22.
Okay.
Do you want me to come back to you? Give you a chance
Yeah,
to have a
sure.
look at
That would be good. Thank you.
Okay, Charlottetown Hillsborough Park.
Thank you, Chair. Hi, Minister. This is a question, it's probably not specific, but we talked a lot about the cut that was made to Cap Enfant and the joint effort between yourself and the Minister of Education in early years in coming up with some solution. I am aware that a meeting has been scheduled with officials and Cap Enfant, but $52,000 to $57,000, would that be able to be found or cost shared to reintroduce that program back?
So again, it's one of those things that you mentioned, Honourable Member, that there is going to be a meeting set up with Cap Enfant. I think the biggest part that I want from that meeting is to have a better understanding of, to make sure that that money is being used properly and being used the most effective and efficient way. So I can't commit to it right now, but the meeting's going to take place, and I hope to find out a little bit more after that meeting.
Charlottetown Hillsborough Park.
I respect that you can't commit to it without having the background. It was in the Minister of Education in early years file. So I appreciate you taking that deeper dive. I will say to the families, it's essential, Minister, and it does work for them to work to maintain language and culture. So the question then becomes, assuming the answer is yes, because I can't imagine it would be anything less than that, is there funds in here to at least cost share, if not fund, the $52,000 to $57,000 it would cost?
So in specific to the budget, I don't think there is funding, but like I said, that's something that I can work and I can talk to the Minister of Education in early years on.
One more?
Member from Hillsborough, Charlottetown Hillsborough Park.
Thank you. Would you commit, Minister, to getting back to us following that meeting on the results and the next steps?
Yeah, I don't see an issue with that.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you.
The member from Charlottetown Victoria Park.
I'm good. Thank
Okay.
you.
Member from Charlottetown West Royalty.
So, but in here, you don't have much in the grant lines. It seems like that would be you do have an increase to $63,000. Obviously, we don't know what those are going to be, Minister. That seems like a nice place for a little bit of funding towards the situation that we were just talking about. What's the $63,000 budgeted for under the grant line?
So as we mentioned, some of it relates to that Acadian Heritage Month now. And then there also is the Quebec PEI agreement is in there.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
So the Quebec PEI agreement was Musée Ambulant?
So it's a co-fund project with Francophone organizations promoting French language across PEI.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
So that would be paid for from another organization. Minister, this seems like, it seems like a nice, will you, when you are at your FTP meetings, you're the representative for the Acadian community at the national table. There is funding out there federally. Will you go and, in your first action, because I mean, I was listening to what you just said, those are, Cap Enfant's an important program, and it seems like you can do that job to get that money for that organization. Will you lobby the federal government to come in a joint partnership for this little bit of money to help the community out?
I will, and if you have a letter written en français, I'll take that with me as well, Honourable Member. Again, I don't know enough, I'll self-admittedly don't know enough about the Quebec, or sorry, how that agreement works and how those agreements are signed with the federal government on how the funding works. Self-admittedly, I don't know enough about that, but 100%, and appreciate your advocacy.
Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup.
De rien.
Okay. Shall the section carry? Total Acadian and Francophone Affairs, $1,376,700. Shall it carry? Total Department of Workforce and Advanced Learning, $184,776,200. Shall it carry? Heading to page 170, which is the Employment Development Agency. General, appropriations provided for the administration of program delivery, budget management, and payment processing. Administration, $7,100. Equipment, $2,700. Materials, supplies, and services, $700. Professional services, $11,000. Salaries, $318,700. Travel and training, $6,000. Total general, $346,200. Open for questions. Member of the third party.
So we're on the Employment Development Agency General?
Yes.
Okay. There was, no,
Only using half the
I think he
seat.
said Carrie. I think that's how I didn't hear him.
No, I just had one question on this section, and I appreciate the indulgence as I found it. There was a grant to BDO Canada. What was that for?
Grant?
Maybe I'm in the wrong section.
I think it's a professional services. That's for the audit for the Crown Corps.
It was what, sorry?
I think it's in professional services, not a grant.
Okay.
It's for the audit of the Crown.
Oh, just for the audit?
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. Thank you, Chief.
O'Leary and Burness.
On salaries there, so there's a bit of an increase in salaries, but there was also an underspend last year. Maybe explain that. But I also want to take the opportunity to acknowledge Elliot Dean. He's one of your workers through the Employment Development Agency, and I do find Elliot very accessible and very upfront and sort of making decisions regarding EDA-funded positions. So I'll give a thank you to Elliot for what he does in my district anyway. But if you could explain maybe the difference, is he getting a raise or is you hiring somebody else there?
Great. So the decrease in the forecast relates to a vacancy, so there was a retirement in the year.
Right.
And then the rest, the increase in 26, 27, it just relates to the collective bargaining.
When that position is filled?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, shall this section carry? Community and business projects, appropriations provided for wages of individuals hired by businesses and nonprofit organizations to work on approved projects, the majority of which are rural-based. Special Projects Program, $3,580,500. Job Creation Program, $629,500. Jobs for Youth Program, $1,780,500. Rural Enhancement Employment Program, $922,900. Total community and business projects, $6,913,400. Questions? O'Leary and Burness.
Obviously, Minister, I've had some disappointment with the fact that Special Projects has cut close to $500,000. You know, this is a program that I think saves your government money as well as job creation, although there's some slight increase in job creation. But these are all mostly people that would probably be on financial assistance if they weren't involved with a nonprofit organization. I think it has a big impact on the nonprofit organizations as well. So can you explain what the rationale would be and why you'd be cutting that to that degree of money to our, I'll say, a very vulnerable employer group with multiple barriers?
Yeah, I wouldn't call it a cut. I know it does look like we spent $4 million last year.
Yeah.
3.5 was the budget last year, so it's very similar this year. We did have some savings in REAP, so we were able to repurpose them to 25, 26 to increase the special projects here.
O'Leary and Burness.
So what would give you the rationale in thinking that you wouldn't spend as much as you did last year? Why would you have spent more? Because I just look at it in my district, and you know, Minister, you're well aware of the oyster situation. Obviously, it's more complex and problematic in my area, but I just don't see any employable opportunities that are kind of coming up that's going to employ those people. You know, I've got a lot of shellfish laborers. This might be an opportunity for them, and you do have the decision-making process to make eligibility criteria. This is all provincial, so I just don't understand why you'd think there would be less need, especially in the western end of the province, than there was last year.
I don't think there's any less need. We are reviewing the organizations and on a case-by-case basis here, so there are some tough times ahead here, so we're looking at that, and with the synergies with Skills PEI, maybe there's some opportunities to tap into their programs as well.
O'Leary and Burness.
When it comes to, like say, there will be need, I'm quite confident that as far as eligibility, you do determine that as an organization. So when it comes to issues like those that, wind up over the age of 65, that's a new decision that your department has made to make EDA special projects for older workers. Now I'm seeing there's some of them, they never leave. But you've got a huge demand coming from from a younger demographic that's, especially those impacted by the shellfish industry. So that's why I sort of look at, if you're not going to make changes on that side of the ledger and there's no new positions, we're kind of in this logjam of not really being able to help the people that are probably most in need. So do you have any, so I don't have a problem personally if you're changing the eligibility to target a certain industry, target a certain worker, or things of that nature. But in the end of the day, I just see that there's need, and I just can't see where there's less need than last year. And if you spent $4 million last year and you're 3.5 this year, that's significant.
So thank you, Honourable Member. I'll let Jed talk about the specifics to the parameters that you're indicating, but I do want to mention, Chair, too, again, like, it's not in our department, but in the contingency, for the oyster industry, there is $1.4 million, right? So that should help some of the people that are being affected. And I know you and I have had discussions and maybe some disagreements on how that's going to be implemented, but I do feel that will be beneficial. But I just want to mention that before, maybe Jed talks about the specific parameter question you had.
Well, so this is my point, is you go back to the issue with some of these workers on the from the skills money, that there's more money involved with, which you said there will be, but their EI has expired, so they're not, this is my argument, they're not eligible for a lot of these programs. So under the employed PEI program, as an example, you have to have an active EI claim. Under the self-employed business program, you have to have an active EI claim. So when we get into issues like special projects, your EI's usually expired. And in fact, I think Elliot will tell me that until their EI expires, they're not eligible for the program. And Job Creation Partnership is for people who are on social assistance, or at risk of being on social assistance, or high risk of being on social assistance. So they might not have applied for social services, but they have no other opportunity for eligibility, so they can put them under that. So I go back to saying, you can say there's 1.4 million put into skills, but this isn't skills. So I'm just trying to verify and clarify this, and I just want you to put some sense of understanding to what's kind of going on because of this oyster sector, which I know you know because you're a former minister of that. And I do think we need some sense of flexibility. And when I see less money than last year, I just don't see where there's any new positions. And in fact, when I talked to Elliot Dean, he's saying to me, until all the positions are filled who's going back from last year, there's no new money. So this is where I'm left as an MLA trying to help and assist these people, and I've got no tools to use it or even to lobby your department. So I guess that's what I'm doing here under this format of having you on the floor of the legislature, where I kind of got you cornered a bit here. I can ask you. So can you respond to that to say why there's less money, and is there any flexibility to put more money into that? And like I say, the contingency fund, if you had it directly to EDA funding, I would totally agree that that's your solution, but you're not. You're saying it's going to skills PEI.
There is contingency funding in EDA with this. Well, I think there's 300,000.
300,000. Okay.
That we can access. So.
Okay. Well, that's helpful. At least if there's 300,000 more coming in, it's not shown on the budget, but at least that's an answer that gives me some promise anyway. And I'll do my best to try to see if we can find employers to take as much of that as we can, I guess, between me and Tyne Valley Sherbrooke. That's it, Chair.
Okay. Member, the Leader of the Third Party.
Chair. Excuse me. So this section has about 8 pages of grants, and they're broken down by county, but there's no dollar amount for any of these. Why is that?
It's a good question. I think you asked this last year, and I asked the same question. I didn't really get it straight. It's been like that for a while. We haven't put a dollar amount to each organization. I think probably to protect the individual a little bit better.
Leader of the Third Party.
Well, obviously, my question is, we don't protect any other individuals when they get grants. And they're not individuals, they're all nonprofits or corporations of some sort, municipalities.
They're hiring these individuals. So if one position, if I'm in there, then, I mean, you could probably work out, though, Jed McEwen makes this amount for that amount of weeks, right? So.
Yeah.
Leader of the third party?
So I guess I'll always advocate for transparency when it comes to the disclosure of how our tax dollars are spent. Thank you. Appreciate it. Jobs for youth. I think we've
Did you have a question on that?
No.
Okay.
No, I do. Couple. How much money in the section is allocated for that program?
1.7 million, 7-8 million.
Okay, yes, I see it there now, and it's actually down 200,000 or so from previous years. Is that because of why? Why are we looking at?
So we're actually internally, we're reallocating. Siemens Star is funded partially through skills and partially through here. So we're reallocating 300,000 to the skills funding portion of that, so it's all housed in one division.
Okay.
Leader of the third party.
So again, with all these grants that don't have dollar amounts to them, and would they all be receiving grant money under this particular program, or there's rural enhancement as well, so these 4 grants are what comprise these 8 pages, and we're not disclosing any dollar amount to any of the organizations for all of these 4 grants: special projects, job creation, job for youth, rural enhancement. Okay. So the question I guess next I would have is, has there been a change in how the department is allocating out the money for grants? Because I'm hearing a couple of things, and I'll start with this. I'm hearing that the timing is late to the point where the potential recipients don't have any notice to either proceed with hiring the student or to not. They just don't know. Has there been any change in the timing?
I don't believe so, but I can take that back and ask internal.
Leader of the third party.
I think the timing is somewhat in mid-April, is it, Minister, where the actual, or even later than that, where the deadline is mid-April, I think, and then the potential recipients, the applicants for the program, under the program, aren't notified until this month that we're sitting in. And what I'm hearing is that it's late to be able to secure a student, to let a student know if there's funding available. And is that tied to this process, this budget process, or why is it so late in the season?
We can look into that. I can take that back for you.
Leader of the third party.
So the other situation I'm hearing about is that recipients who have received, funding for maybe 3 or 4 students. So recipients who may have received money for a certain number of students in the past are now being informed this year that, they may have gotten 3 or 4 students, but now they're only getting approval or sufficient funding for 1. Has there been a change to how the department decides who is eligible and who's not?
There's no change, but as I mentioned to the other honorable member, we are looking at each application on a case-by-case basis, so.
Leader of the third party.
Okay. I think what I'll do, Chair, is I'll send a follow-up to the minister with some specific concerns that I've heard about off the budget.
I appreciate that. Thank you. The member from Charlottetown Victoria Park.
I'm good, Chair, thank you.
Okay. Shall the section carry? So total Employment Development Agency, 7,259,600 shall it carry. Expenditure, PEI student finance, no, sorry, I don't have to read that one. PEI Student Financial Assistance Corporation, General, appropriations provided for student assistance and the Community Service Bursary Program. Administration, $729,600. Debt, $817,400. Equipment, $115,000. Professional services, $20,000. Grants, $13,999,200. Provisions for loan losses, $355,000. Total general, $16,036,200. Questions? Member from Charlottetown West Royalty.
Yeah, just obviously on the grant line, you'd think that this tuition's going up. I'm just worried, is there less students? Why are we budgeting for less than we spent last year in grants and financial assistance? It's either students going down or because costs are going up.
It mainly relates to one program, and that's the Students with Disabilities. So there was a big influx 2 years ago. We're expecting that to decline back to kind of normal levels where it were before that. It is a federal program, but PEI just administrators, but so that's the big savings there.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
So that's a savings there. So the students with disabilities will not be target, like they'll be, it's just the numbers are going down?
Yeah, like we're finding the average cost per student has been decreasing. So we're kind of estimating here. It is a budget, it is a guess, but we feel that it'll be declined in 27.
Okay.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
Is there any other trends we can pick up from these lines? That's the only major difference? So the federal government supports us, what, 100%? No. Is there any other trends that we can talk about? Just to merge a few questions in here. Are more students going to school and looking for financial assistance? Do you have any statistics on that? I'm just trying to get a scope of what's going on because costs are going up, and that's what we're hearing from students. So.
Yeah, it has been fairly consistent. Like George Coles, for instance, there was 2,200 disbursements last year. Marion Reed had 148. So they have been in line with prior years.
Okay.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
That's good. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. The member from Charlottetown Victoria Park.
Thank you, Chair. And I just have one question in this section. The Island Advantage bursary has gone down. Why is that?
It's a needs-based bursary, so you never really know. There was more students applied to it in 2026. We're not going to turn down any students, so we will be keeping an eye on that. So hopefully it'll stay within the budget we had in 25-26.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay. Shall this section carry? Total PEI Student Financial Assistance Corporation, $16,036,200. Shall it carry? Okay.
I was going to say thanks to Jed and all of his great work. Thank you very much for that.
Yep. I'm just going to call a quick 2-minute recess. Welcome back. For those of you following along, we are on page 176, the Legislative Assembly. Legislative Services, appropriations provided for the costs associated with the general functioning of the Clerk's office, the Speaker's office, and the operation of the sessions of the Legislature. Administration, $194,500. Equipment, $97,500. Materials, supplies, and services, $380,100. Professional services, $30,000. Salaries, $2,842,000. Travel and training, $75,000. Total legislative services, $3,619,100. Questions? Larry Inverness.
Just one question. I guess I kind of know the answer in this, but I just want to kind of get it on the record. So we've been a member of the Council of State Governments for, I don't know how long, maybe you might know that answer. Certainly it's all my time been in the legislature here, and the Council of State Governments represents provinces east of Ontario down to, I don't know, the Carolinas somewhere. Are we going to continue being a member of that organization? And if we are not, have we informed that organization we're not a member?
So, yeah, the Standing Committee on Legislative Assembly Management decided last week to withdraw from that organization, and they have been informed.
Okay.
The member from O'Leary Inverness.
Do you think it's the right time to do that? I can see arguments both ways, because I do know there's another couple of provinces have backed out in the last couple of years just with what's going on in the United States. But is it a good time to use that because there was some good collaboration, and at the state level and provincial level, there was a whole different dynamic than what would have been at, say, the federal level between Canada and the United States. So was there rationale thought in why you decided not to continue the membership on that?
Well, I guess, in the time of where do you put tax dollars, I think it was felt that with this organization that the return on that investment was not great. I mean, I think, for example, like the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, the dues are about the same, but we get a lot of money back. We get money for travel. We get money for airfare. There's lots of grants and things like that we can apply for, whereas with this organization, we pay the dues and we observe American conferences, I think that was kind of the feeling.
O'Leary Inverness.
Yeah, no, and it is predominated by the United States. There's more states than provinces in there, but there is an opportunity to host the conference, and it's a massive conference, by the way. Now, I don't know when PEI's term would have been coming up anyway, and I guess there's probably no issue about rejoining at a future date anyhow, too, but maybe that could be, is there a chance to rejoin in future years if fiscal times are a little more better? Or?
I think, yeah, if the committee wants to rejoin, I think we would always be able to do that.
Okay, thanks, Chair.
The Leader of the Third Party.
Thanks, Chair. So just on the materials line, there's a full $100,000 less budgeted. Can you explain that, Clerk?
So part of that money was budgeted for some of the costs related to moving back into Province House, and we spent that money in the last fiscal. So we don't need to expend that money this year.
Okay.
Leader of the Third Party.
So that line then, not all of it obviously is moving back into Province House, but you're saying that we've budgeted enough to get back over into there, which hopefully will be in this coming fiscal year. Okay.
Yes.
No.
Leader of the Third Party.
No, thanks for that, Chair. I'd just like to acknowledge and thank the clerks and all the legislative staff for all the incredible work that they do to keep things running around here. So thank you.
Appreciate that. Shall this section carry? Government Member's Office, appropriations provided for the costs associated with the Government Member's Office. Paid from this section are the general office expenses, telecommunications, salaries for caucus staff, and MLA expenses not covered by the legislative services. Operations, $697,700. Question. Do you want me to read the last one too? Total Government Member's Office, $697,700. Do you want me to keep going? Questions? Okay, shall it carry? Opposition Member's Office, appropriations provided for the costs associated with the Opposition Member's Office. Paid from this section are the general office expenses, telecommunications, salaries for caucus staff and MLA expenses not covered by the legislative services. Operations, $462,300. Total operations of the member's office, $462,300. Shall carry. Third-party office, appropriations provided for the costs associated with the third-party office. Paid from the section are general office expenses, telecommunications, salaries for caucus staff, and MLA expenses not covered by the legislative services. Operations, $352,600. Total third-party office, $352,600. Shall it carry? Total legislative services, $5,131,700. Shall it carry? Members, appropriations provided for payment of reimbursement to members of the Legislative Assembly, including basic amenity, expense allowance, and additional honorariums as determined by the Amenities and Allowances Commission. Administration, $15,000. Salaries, $2,947,500. Travel and training, $150,000. Total members, $3,112,500. Questions? Shall it carry? Total members, 3,112,500. Shall it carry? Office of the Auditor General. Office of the Auditor General, appropriations provided for the operation costs in conducting audits and other examinations. Administration, $49,700. Equipment, $18,000. Material, supplies, and services, $64,000. Professional services, $30,000. Salaries, $4,028,200. Travel and training, $65,700. Grants, $10,000. Total Office of the Auditor General, $4,265,600. Leader of the third party.
Thanks, Chair. Just on the salaries line, is that reflective of an increase in positions or increase in wages year over year?
That was just increases in wages year over year.
Okay.
Leader of the third party.
Has there been a request for increased staff or resources in that office?
I think if going back to the budget meetings with the standing committee back before Christmas, trying to recall, I think he did make a request for extra staff, which was not granted.
Leader of the third party.
Who keeps track of the work that's getting done if there's time issues in getting it processed? And maybe that question could be asked of all of the different offices, and I'll just ask it now. And the answer probably is consistent across all of the legislative offices as far as whether there's backlogs or delays in processing the work.
So in general, the Standing Committee on Legislative Assembly Management, when budgets are considered, in general, those are in-depth conversations, and members have a chance at those meetings to ask performance issues or maybe like thinking specifically of the Information Privacy Commissioner's Office, like of how fast orders are going through, but it would be a chance to ask the Auditor General maybe how audits are proceeding, things like that.
Okay.
Leader of the third party.
No, thanks, Chair, and I am on the committee. I recognize that.
You're on this committee.
But I'm still learning my way through it, and I appreciate the ability to ask questions on the section. That's all I have. Thank you.
All right. The Minister of Agriculture, Justice, Public Safety, and Attorney General.
Just to bounce off that question set from the leader of the third party, who would audit the Auditor General's office if there, or does it ever happen, or?
It can happen,
Okay.
absolutely. I'm not, I'd have to look back at the act, but I think the Auditor General's office can be audited by an external entity.
And has Ledge Management ever requested? Because $4 million in salary seems substantial.
Not in my time.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else? So shall this section carry?
Carry.
Office of the Child and Youth Advocate. Appropriations provided in support of the Office of the Child and Youth Advocate in accordance with the Child and Youth Advocate Act. Administration, $15,700. Equipment, $7,500. Materials, supplies, and services, $34,200. Professional services, $100,000. Salaries, $1,038,000. Travel and training, $35,700. Total Office of the Child and Youth Advocate, $1,231,100. Questions? Leader of the third party.
Just similar question to the last one, Chair, that I'd have is there's not much of an increase I assume it's all just cost of living, and, was there a request for additional staffing, for any other resources in this section?
There was a request, and it was not granted. So yes, the increase here in salaries is only for cost of living negotiated raises.
Okay, thank you for that.
All right, shall the section carry? Office of the Conflict of Interest Commissioner. Office of the Conflict of Interest Commissioner, appropriations provided in support of the provisions contained in the Conflict of Interest Act. Salaries, $65,200. Travel and training, $3,500. Total Office of the Conflict of Interest Commissioner, $68,700. Questions? Leader of the third party.
It's a pretty small budget for that office to run on. Has there been any request from that office to increase the allotment to help with processing?
No.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
The Minister of Agriculture, Justice, Public Safety, and Attorney General.
Follow off the questions from it is a small budget. Do they ever, does that commissioner ever ask for, does she have a expense for outside legal opinions?
So in her case, if there was a request for something like that for professional services, it would come out of the Office of the Legislative Assembly's budget.
Okay. And if
The Minister of Agriculture, Justice, Public Safety, and Attorney General.
And if she does have a request, or does this office look at conflict laws ever? I've asked this every year since I've been here.
I think you'd have to ask the commissioner. Does the commissioner look at conflict law?
Yeah, does she request a budget to look at our acts that, or is it that not outside her scope? Or their scope?
I'm not sure I understand the question, but I guess like if she requires professional service money to do her job, it would go through our budget, I guess, if she needed it. She made the request, and we would facilitate that to fit her job.
Thank you.
Okay. Shall the section carry? Office of the Information and Privacy Commissioner. Office of the Information and Privacy Commissioner, appropriations provided for the cost of carrying out the duties of the Office of the Information and Privacy Commissioner in accordance with the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. Administration, $8,700. Equipment, $3,500. Material, supplies, and services, $15,800. Professional services, $75,800. Salaries, $790,900. Travel and training, $11,800. Total Office of the Information and Privacy Commissioner, $906,500. Questions? Leader of the third party.
Thank you, Chair. So this is an office, Clerk, as you mentioned, has had, it's a busy office. Sometimes there are delays in processing. So there is an increase in salaries. There must be one or two new positions there.
There's one new position.
Leader of the third party.
Okay. Is that consistent with what was asked? I can't recall. Because again, it's a very busy section, and sometimes we hear as MLAs concerns with the processing on this side.
Yes, that is what the commissioner asked for, and the committee granted it.
Okay. No, thank you, Chair. That's all I have.
Shall the section carry? Office of the Ombudsperson and Public Interest Disclosure Commissioner. Appropriations provided for the operations and support of responsibilities laid out in the Public Interest Disclosure and Whistleblower Protection Act and the Ombudsperson Act. Administration, $11,700. Equipment, $12,500. Material, supplies, and services, $18,500. Professional services, $35,500. Salaries, $736,800. Travel and training, $26,500. Total Office of the Ombuds and Public Interest Disclosure Commissioner, $841,500. Questions? The Minister of Agriculture, Justice, Public Safety, and Attorney General.
Thank you, Chair. This is a reasonably new office, I believe. I seen an advertisement for a job advertisement for a deputy. Was that part of the, when the office was established? Was there always a plan to be a deputy ombudsman?
Yeah, so the previous deputy ombudsperson was just hired, won the competition to be the new ombudsperson.
Okay.
And so now he's hiring to replace that position.
Okay.
Yeah.
And was,
Minister of Agriculture, Justice, Public Safety, and Attorney General.
so a new office, we already have turnover. Was the ombudsman overworked? Is that one of the reasons for leaving?
I mean, I can't speak for Sandy, but I think she would agree. She had an opportunity come up to be the ombudsperson in British Columbia, and
Okay.
those appointments only come up every 5 years, so it was kind of, she had to decide if she wanted to take that. So, I think she was doing a good job and really did a great job getting the office set up. But this was an opportunity she wanted to pursue.
Good. Okay, the Leader of the Third Party.
Thanks, Chair. So this is, as the Minister said, and it's a new office. It's also a very important office. Looks like it's only got an adjustment for a CPI or cost of living. Is that consistent with what was asked for by way of the budgeting process for this office?
It was, yes. Yeah.
Thank you.
Leader of the Third Party.
No, that's all I
You're
have.
good. Shall the section carry? Elections PEI, appropriations provided for all operations costs associated with elections office. Administration, $18,200. Equipment, $2,800. Materials, supplies, and services, $12,000. Professional services, $30,000. Salaries, $608,800. Travel and training, $20,000. Total elections, $691,800. Questions? Leader of the Third Party.
Thanks, Chair. So with a vacancy, there will be a by-election, presumably in the coming months. Is that contemplated in the budgeted amount for the year ahead?
It isn't.
Okay.
Okay. Leader of the Third Party.
Can you explain how that gets adjusted then in the numbers? Where's the money come from? Reallocation? What happens there?
So in general, we usually are able to find efficiencies within the office to cover the cost of a by-election.
Leader of the
Okay,
Third Party.
no, that's fine. Thank you.
Shall the section carry? Total Legislative Assembly, $16,249,400. Shall it carry?
And Chair, with your indulgence, just before we leave the floor, I just want to remind members that it's the 175th anniversary of responsible government on Prince Edward Island. Yes. And the Office of the Speaker, working with the Office of the Clerk, is going to celebrate that this summer. There'll be events, Minister of Workforce and Advanced Learning, lots of cake. Well, I shouldn't say, we haven't planned for the cake yet, but with that request in, I'm sure we can make that happen. The responsible government, and maybe you're aware, what happened was before, there wasn't a legislative assembly, but there was no cabinet or premier. There was just a lieutenant governor. And responsible government in 1851 brought in the ministers and the premier and the executive council that reported to the lieutenant governor and managed the affairs of the province. So it's a pretty big thing. And look forward to that. Yes. Thank you, members.
I did not stopwatch. Brad, I'm just teasing you. You can take as long as you want to talk. Stopwatch is in the desk. All right. Minister, would you like to bring a stranger onto the floor? Shall be granted. If you want to just say your name and title for answer, please.
Sure. It's Lane Pino, Director of Finance.
All right, we're on page 64 for anyone that's following along. Corporate services, appropriations provided for the operation of the ministers and the deputy minister's office. Administration, $21,300. Equipment, $5,000. Material supplies and services, $13,500. Professional services, $2,500. Salaries, $973,400. Travel and training, $69,500. Total corporate services, $1,085,200. Questions? New Haven, Rocky Point.
Thanks. Hi, nice to see you again. I'm just looking at the salaries line here, which went down substantially this year from estimate to forecast, but has gone back up again. Could you just explain what's going on there, please?
Sure. So we had some vacancies in this division this fiscal year, including a policy manager and lead, as well as industrial relations development officer that had been vacant for most of the year.
Okay.
New Haven, Rocky Point.
Thanks, Chair. The new committee on red tape, and I can't remember its full description, would the funding for that be found within this particular section?
No.
No. Okay, that's all the questions I have for this section.
Okay. The Leader of the Opposition.
That's my question.
Okay. Shall the section carry? Pensions and capital management, debt and investment management, appropriations provided to manage the provincial debt, sinking fund, cash management operations, and the pension fund asset. Administration, $7,700. Equipment, $6,900. Material supplies and services, $6,000. Professional services, $156,000. Salaries, $601,900. Travel and training, $16,700. Total debt and investment management, $795,200. Questions? New Haven, Rocky Point.
Thanks, Chair, for noticing. So is this where we'd find the positions for the red tape reduction and debt management? No. Maybe I'll ask where we should find that rather than keep asking that. Is that across the department?
Yeah, no, I don't know if there would be, because are you asking about the Fiscal Responsibility and Red Tape Reduction Committee? Is that the one?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that committee is made up of deputy ministers. It's an internal committee. So there would be no cost truly to that committee. It's more of an oversight committee that will push departments, push work plans out. For instance, right now we've asked departments to go and do scans of their whole full department, and we're trying to find out where there might be synergies and what one department is doing against another. So basically this group is really looking at that and tasking departments throughout government to bring back more information.
Okay.
New Haven, Rocky Point.
Presumably there's some sort of administrative cost involved in managing that committee. Is that also being sought, is that being found in existing positions?
It's basically just existing positions being tasked to look at these. So like on that committee, we would have the Deputy Minister of Finance would be on that committee. The Deputy Clerk is on that committee. Myself and 4 other ministers. The Chief of Staff will sit in there as well. And basically through that committee, we're just kind of trying to take like a really granular look through government to see where we can find savings in all different ways, and the reduction of costs.
Sure.
New Haven, Rocky Point.
And this is just so my own understanding, because I've always struggled to get this, and it's regarding sinking funds, exactly what they are, how they're structured, and I know you've mentioned it a few times, referenced it as a fairly large credit sitting there on government's behalf, hundreds of millions of dollars. But if I remember right, we're only contributing a very small amount this year to that. Can you just explain in sort of third-party layman's terms how a sinking fund works and how it is seen as an asset when we have such a large deficit?
We can do that, it just wouldn't be under this section.
Oh.
There is a debt section where we can talk about that.
Right, but even though the sinking fund is mentioned in the section headline here, that's why I'm asking about it here.
So I think relative to this particular section, I think, and how the reserve fund links to this is there is interest that's garnered off some of these investments. And so now that interest through the new strategy is now being directed into the new general reserve. If I'm right, Lane,
Which is in interest and charges.
Right, well, that's at the very end, I think, isn't
Yeah.
it? Okay, I'll wait for that. That's all I have on this section, Chair. Thank you.
Shall the section carry? Pensions and benefits, appropriations provided for the administration of pension benefit programs. You okay? Yeah, which includes advising employees of a variety of programs, informing government of the financial direction of these programs, and overseeing the cost delivery of employee benefit packages. Administration, $13,000. Equipment, $30,800. Materials, supplies, and services, $59,100. Professional services, none. Salaries, $1,993,200. Travel and training, $48,100. Total pensions and benefits, $2,144,200. Questions? Leader of the opposition.
Thanks, Chair. Under professional service, there was a dollar, $1 that was spent in 2024-25, yet, $500,000 was budgeted for the 25-26, and again, there was no money spent, and it's been scrapped for the 26-27 year. So why was $500,000 budgeted for the 25-26 if not a single dollar was spent, basically?
Sure. So these are implementation costs that were previously approved in the 25-26 budget for the pension administration CRM tool. And once we got further into the project, the implementation costs were determined to be capital. So they're implementation costs associated with implementing a new system here. And so in this cost and the other costs associated with that project are included in the capital budget that was tabled in the fall.
That's fine. Okay, that explains it. Thanks.
Okay. Shall the section carry? Total pensions and capital, sorry, New Haven, Rocky Point.
That's no problem, Chair. Thanks. Again, I don't know whether you want me to hold this question until the last section that we were just talking about, but I'm interested in whether we are divesting from U.S. assets as much as is reasonably and sensible.
Do you want, I can take some of it.
I can start, sure.
Okay, thanks, Wayne.
So, and I do recall in reviewing the Hansard, this was brought up last year. So within the pension plan, there's the Joint Investment Advisory Committee, basically that advises on the master trust, and within their mandate, they have a fiduciary duty to ensure that the investments that are brought forward are in the best interest with maximum return of government. They don't specifically, as part of their policies, they don't get into specifically the U.S. versus Canadian versus international mix in terms of their assets. That'd be fair.
I think the big thing here is, and I think that it's hard to avoid this because the U.S. asset base is
so huge.
It's the majority of where you would invest. So there is definitely investments there, but it's because it's a large majority of their options, to be honest with you. But I think, and I could be wrong, I think there were some, based off last year's question on this, I think that we did look into that, and I want to say that the split was like 60-40 or something, but I don't want to say, was it around that? Or?
Yeah, so last year was about in the 42% range. This year, and I just checked with our investment folks before coming on the floor, and it's about 35 to 36%. Okay. So it is down a little bit in the mix.
Right.
New Haven, Rocky Point.
The steering committee that you mentioned, that I forget what its name is, does it take direction? I'm just thinking if the only parameters they have are to make as much money as possible and that's it, and there's no sort of guardrails or anything attached to that other than make as much money as you can. Do they get their direction from government, or is that something that they decide themselves? I guess what I'm getting at is, and I realize that we're verging on policy questions here, Chair, but if we wanted to change that, would that lie within the purview, the jurisdiction of the government to change the authorities and how they invest?
So I'll just refer to some of my notes here on that. So the Joint Investment Advisory Committee was created to give the beneficiaries of the Master Trust, civil servants, teachers, and MLAs who pay into it, a voice in deciding how their pension funds are to be invested. The JIAC,
right.
The abbreviation, provides advice to the Minister of Finance on protection of principal assets of the Master Trust, monitoring of costs, recommendations on investment fund asset mix, and review of investment fund and fund management performance, as well as compliance with both federal and provincial requirements relating to ownership of foreign equities.
Okay. Chair, I'm not sure. I appreciate you, Blaine, for reading that out. I'm still not sure exactly where the authority lies to change the parameters of what the committee, their work. But I'm fine. I appreciate the conversation, and I'm particularly glad that the percentage has gone down pretty significantly, 42 to 35, I think you said. So that's a large amount. Whether by accident or design, I don't know, but that makes me happy. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, shall it carry? Total pensions and capital management, $2,939,400. Shall it carry? Okay. Economics, statistics, and the federal fiscal relationships. Appropriations provided for the policy advice on federal fiscal matters, including major transfers and tax issues, economy analysis, and statistics. This division includes grants for income and sales tax credits and rebates. Administration, $163,600. Equipment, $2,000. Material, supplies, and services, $2,500. Professional services, $58,500. Salaries, $693,000. Travel and training, $26,900. Grants, $27,650,500. Total economics, statistics, and federal fiscal relationships, $28,597,000. Questions? Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much. Where am I at here? Professional services. Why is professional services in this division being cut from $129,500 to $58,500, which is 55% cut?
So there's a few agreements that fall under this, a few contracts that fall under this budget line, and it was so various consulting contracts advising on fiscal performance, planning, supporting this area in planning, and it was deemed that there was one of those agreements in place that was not required by the staff of the division at this point in time.
Leader of the Opposition.
So will that weaken PEI's ability to produce to produce sound economic analysis and fiscal information?
So there's still there's three arrangements in there basically with companies that this division consults with, and so there's two other agreements that are still in place that are ongoing that the unit has determined that they can work with those other consultants in terms of their requirements to fulfill their duties.
Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Chair. So basically you're saying they are confident that with these other contracts no longer funded or available, I guess, they are confident that they can still fulfill those duties and as required?
Yes.
Thanks, Chair.
Okay, shall this section lead New Haven Rocky Point?
Thanks, Chair. I'm going to start out with a small but not insignificant thing here. It's the volunteer firefighters tax credit. It also goes to search and rescue folks. I know federally they doubled their tax credit from $3,000 to $6,000 last year, I think. Ours has been stuck at $1,000, and we talk frequently, in fact, it was brought up this morning by the leader of the third party, of how valuable in terms of our community firefighters and first responders are. And I would just love to see that love that we describe here in the legislature so frequently reflected in an increase in that tax credit. It did go from 500 to 1,000 5 years ago or something. Is there any debate within your department to increase this? It really wouldn't cost the Treasury a lot, but it would be a real tangible sort of nod to all of the folks that do such incredible work, that we do value it in a real tangible financial sense.
Yeah, I agree with you. These people do incredible work across the province. In conversations with a lot of the folks and fire departments that I've been in touch with over the past couple of years, they had, like, the needs that they were putting forward was, one, like a new training fire center, which we have put, I think, $2 or $2.5 million into. So, and in the rural growth initiative, I know we've been investing quite a bit of money into those departments as well. More on, when you talk to them, they would say, we need some better tools and we need access in order to do our job well. The training center was one that they put forward that they figured was a high priority for them, so that they could have more modern training done. And so we decided that that was an investment we could make for, and we've got 2 very informed volunteer firefighters just within caucus. So those are the kinds of spends that we are doing to help our firefighters across Prince Edward Island.
You wouldn't say no to the tax.
New Haven Rocky Point.
I doubt that was picked up by Hansard, so I will say it. And he said we would, but this was from one of the volunteer fire, but we would not say no to an increase in the tax credit either. So I don't think in this case it's necessarily an either or. Although I understand the fiscal responsibilities you have to carry on. But anyway, I wanted to bring that up. I have some other questions in this section, Chair. And it's regarding the big number here, which is the Island Essentials benefit. Last year, I see that we spent $10 million, 10.2 million dollars. I'm assuming that money was the sales tax credit, was it? Yeah, right. So I'm trying to understand, and I did ask these questions when the bill was on the floor. We've gone up $16 plus million. That difference lies in the extra money that is now being put in as a result of the Island Essentials benefit. Is that correct? Mm-hmm. Right. So we went up 16 million.
I think, actually, just to be, I think this year and the partial year, if you're asking about the new money into, so I think this year annually, Lane, and correct me if I'm wrong, the new money into the Island Essentials benefit would be like 7.7 million annually.
Right.
It would be 9.2. I think I said 10 million before, but it's 9.2 million. That'd be new money annually into that benefit.
Okay. I just wanted to check that was the case. Thanks, Chair.
Okay,
Good. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I have one more question.
New Haven Rocky Point.
And I don't know if I'm in the right section or not, but that lovely announcement you made about the rideshare program, where in the finance department budget would that be found?
So that would be out of the Liquor Commission social responsibility spending. Right. So that 3% that we dedicate to social responsibility out of the net profits of the Liquor Commission, it's coming out of that.
All right. May I ask a question on that, just since we started? I know it won't be a long conversation.
New Haven Rocky Point.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Any sense of what this program is likely to cost the Treasury?
$30,000.
Is that all? Okay.
For 6 months.
Right. Okay, that's good. Again, I'm glad it's there. I hope we can expand it. If that's how much it's going to cost, we should definitely expand it. Thank you, Chair.
Shall the section carry? Oh, sorry, that's right. I forgot about you. This time I actually did forget about you. It's not always the case, but I did today.
So,
Leader of the opposition.
Thanks, Chair. So if, we're just going back to the Island Essentials benefit, right? So if this is meant to improve affordability, right? Can you tell me how this funding level is determined?
So, I don't know, it's a pretty open question. How this funding level was determined? As to how did we get this number to this number of 26
Well,
million?
yeah, how do you determine that number? How do you determine the funding each year? You're going to have some kind of determination, like how do you get there?
Lane, do you want to take credit and I can fill the holes, or I can take some, how do you want to do this? You first, me second? or-
Yeah, I guess I don't have a whole lot of notes in terms of, but I do know in discussion with this unit that there was a jurisdictional scan done. So within this unit, they typically try to take the economic information that they have and jurisdictional scans and use that basically to come up with the funding level for this program. That's all I.
What they did was, so you have the sales tax credit in there, and then there was the energy rebates that got shifted over into this benefit. And then the top-up, where the top-up came is basically, and not, I'll have to give credit to Nigel Burns and his team in here that did a lot of analysis on how do we, where does the line stop? And what we decided in there is that the average energy rebate that a household across the province, in those energy rebates they were getting, the average was $175. So $175, that's the floor that was put in the benefit. Every household will get $175. In the $0 to $60,000 household income, they are getting a sales tax credit already. And so we did the top up to get those folks to the maximum of $310 per individual, $365 per family. Where the real sliding scale was here was where you kind of had to balance what can we afford to do and what is meaningful and impactful is between that 60K and that 95K household income, which are a lot of those families and folks that don't qualify for a lot of the programming. They don't hit the income threshold. They're above the income threshold to be able to draw on a lot of the programs we have. But we wanted to give this is the middle income, modest middle income households where they're working day to day, trying to pay the bills and just need a little extra help. So we tried to stretch that extra investment in to try to get it as far as we could. And that went to 95K household income with a bit of you have to taper it down from 95, I think it went to $114,000 per household, where you kind of taper it down to that 175. So it was a lot of analysis that went into it to try to see that the benefit was going to go to those households that really needed it.
Leader of the Opposition.
Just one more question. So what assurance is there that this will keep up with the pace of the cost of living as we move forward?
Well, I think that's a huge question. Like, we all know the costs of living are rising in a lot of cases, and we get that. We see that in government. I see that in my own house, and we see that in government. What we're trying to do here is try to, in all these little pieces, whether it be the Island Essentials benefit or the PEI child benefit we brought in last year, or free school food, or free school supplies, free pre-K, $10 a day childcare, all these pieces add up and hopefully bring more affordability to Islanders. It's even the CPP announcement, which I know was a joint thing between the feds and the provinces, and I know it's only $133, but once you start piling all these things on top of each other, we really hope that the Islanders are seeing the impacts of that and the extra dollars in their pockets for those rising costs of living.
Leader of the Opposition.
Just one more. So that's why I was asking you about the formula moving forward, to see if there's any flexibility as we do move forward with this benefit. If things change, even, I'm not going to say dramatically, but if things change, is there a flexibility there to assure Islanders that they're keeping pace with the cost of living?
Yeah, like this is a model that was built this year by this team that I think had a lot of data to back it up, and they looked at a lot of different models, and there was iterations of this model till we figured we got it right. Multiple iterations. And so, yeah, that's something that can be looked at on an annual basis, I would say.
Okay, we'll look next year. Thank you.
Okay, shall the section carry? Total economics, statistics, and federal fiscal relationships, $28,597,700 shall carry. Office of the Controller, accounting, procurement, and internal audit. Appropriations provided for the controllership services to government, which includes maintenance of the province's accounts, preparation of the public accounts, processing and monitoring of related revenues and expenditures, as well as the operating policy over the province's financial information system. Appropriations are also provided for an internal audit program and procurement of goods on behalf of departments and agencies. Administration, $40,700. Debt, $2,000. Equipment, $16,300. Materials, supplies, and services, $53,500. Professional services, $94,400. Salaries, $2,987,400. Travel and training, $30,000. Total accounting, procurement, and internal audit, $3,224,300. Questions? New Haven, Rocky Point.
Thanks, Chair. I'm looking at the professional services here. In the big book, it's noted as a tax recovery review for 1.8 million, which it presumably is the entire difference. Can you explain what that was about, please?
Sure. So this is a similar variance that was discussed last year as well, I believe. So this is HST contractor fees. So so we have an outside firm do an audit of our HST claims that are paid by the province, and they assist and support the Comptroller's Office and government in general with recoveries of any HST that was considered not to be applicable. So so this is the fee associated with that, and there's also a corresponding revenue item where we book those recoveries.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last bit of that. Blaine.
Sorry.
I do. This is ringing a vague bell from last year as well. So it's a sort of revenue neutral.
So basically, this firm will go in and do an audit, whether it be a program or within a department, to identify if there's any HST cost that was incurred by the province that is actually not applicable.
Yes.
Where they can get recover funds from the federal government with respect to that. So this is their fee basically to do that work. And then there's a revenue item that we recognize that revenue on the revenue side of things, but this is their fee basically, which is a percentage of the HST that they recover on the province's behalf.
Oh, okay.
New Haven, Rocky Point.
And presumably it's not 100%.
No.
Okay. The second question, and the minister's probably anticipating this, is on the internal audit program. I'm wondering if you can give us an update on that, Minister?
Yeah, I just leaned over and I said there'll be an internal audit.
Okay.
Yeah, so, the budget's in there. Are the jobs posted at this point in time, Lane? I think they
There's one that I believe is going to be posted soon. The positions have been created. There's 3 positions that have been created for this year. I have a couple of other notes. So within 26, 27, the plan is to approve and staff for those 3 positions. There's funding in here to set up with IT, to set up the governance, educate senior stakeholders, develop and approve an audit plan, and hopefully within the year launch some initial audits to get the program going.
Okay.
New Haven, Rocky Point.
And just again for my own information, those 3 positions, will they all be held? I know that the review of this was financed by finance, but will all of those positions be held within the finance department, or they will be? Okay. I think that's all I have for this section. Thanks, Chair.
Leader of the Opposition.
No, all my questions were asked.
Okay, perfect. Shall this section carry?
Carry.
Total office of the Controller, $3,224,300 shall carry. All right, taxation and property records. Appropriations provided for the administration, tax audit, collection and inspection activities, tax processing, tax information, something registry, some kind of, what is it? Registry of deeds and mapping services, property assessment, and geomatic services. Administration, $104,900. Debt, 0. Equipment, $25,500. Material, supplies, and services, $82,000. Professional services, $122,500. Salaries, $5,538,700. Travel and training, $94,500. Total administration, $5,968,100. Questions? New Haven, Rocky Point.
Thanks, Chair. The taxation system modernization consultation that was done, I presume that accounts for the big discrepancy in the professional services. Can you tell us exactly what aspect of the taxation system modernization we were looking at there?
So, the expense that's was forecasted for fiscal 25-26 was for phase 1 of the implementation, which was basically a review of the current systems to do an requirements analysis. So there was an RFP awarded for a consultant to review the division system, so that was phase 1. Phase 2 of the project begins in March and includes the development of an RFI and RFP for the replacement of Govern, which is our property tax admin system, CRIS, which is the registry system, and LIN systems. I don't have the spell out for that one.
I think that's the assessment. I think maybe that might be the assessment. You go ahead.
Oh, no, so I was just going to say this phase is expected to occur within this fiscal year, includes development of business use cases, technical requirements, and target state architecture. And the actual implementation is on the capital budget side.
Right.
The New Haven, Rocky Point.
Thanks. So the last year there was the 330,000 ended up being an overspend, and things were shifted around presumably. This year we're back down to actually even less than we estimated. But you're saying that we have a new second phase of this project coming through, and is the 122 going to cover that, or?
So the review phase has been accounted for. It was accounted for in 25-26. So it was included as part of the capital budget originally, but given that it's basically a review of our current systems, it doesn't qualify as capital, so we had to record it on the operating side. So that's a one-time cost. So phase 2, the ongoing costs of the project now are reflected on the capital side.
Capital. Okay.
Yeah.
New Haven, Rocky Point.
You mentioned, Blaine, in that description there, a property tax admin system. So again, I realize this is probably a capital expense, but is this review looking at modernizing, as it says here, the manner in which we calculate and administer property taxes, or is this just the computer system that accounts for the money as it comes in or goes out?
I can take that. Our existing system is very old.
Yeah.
It's hard to do analysis and garner really good insights out of the current system that we have right now. So this replacement and modernization is going to allow us to do a lot more on that side. So this really is going to be transformational on this end of government business. To replacing these systems is going to help us certainly be able to get the right data, be able to do the proper analysis and gather the insights that we need to really look at property taxation on PEI.
New Haven, Rocky Point.
Thanks, Chair. I don't think I have another question, and I think we both responded to the same email in the last few days specifically around the property tax system that we have here on Prince Edward Island, and expressing some deep concerns about what this person referred to as unfairness, I think. Anyway, it's not infrequently that I get emails like that. People who, particularly folks who move into my district and are surprised at the discrepancy between their property tax rate and those of their neighbors. So you say this system is going to make it easier to look at the, I can't remember the word you just described it, old-fashioned or ancient, I think maybe you said. Will that be perhaps the harbinger of a more comprehensive overhaul of our property tax system here?
I think with this new system, we'll be able to, the data, we'll be able to work with the data a lot better. We'll be able to do much more robust analysis on property taxation and PEI, and I think that, I think we'll be able to make, I think it is going to be able to lead to, like, better analysis will lead to probably better policy, and the big thing with property taxation is the market value versus the assessed value, and I mean, that's not going to change, but through this new system, like, that's a legislative component, but through this new system, I think we'll be able to, like, pull out the data a little bit more and be able to look at it in a way more robust way.
I appreciate you answering what was really a policy question. Thank you, and thank you, Chair, for allowing that. I have nothing else on this section.
Okay, Sean Carey. Toltec. Oh, sorry.
I thought you acknowledged me there, but okay.
O'Leary and Verness. I didn't.
Yeah, my question is just regarding, there was an all-party committee of the Natural Resources made a recommendation to the legislature to include ownership, who owns a property, in the property tax numbers when you go on the GeoLink. Where, can you give us an update on where that, maybe that's part of what your whole review was doing, but can you, that's a couple of years ago now we've made those recommendations, and still today you have to call, once you get the property tax number, you have to call and you can get the owner, but it seems a redundancy at this day and age.
Yeah, we actually did make a regulation change, and I'm trying to remember if a piece of it was included in the bill that we were on the floor here with, but there has been absolute movement on being able to, while it's not the individual person and mailing address on, we're making the tax assessment roll information. The legislation as it was set up before, you had to come into the office between the hours of 8 to 4 or whatever to be able to extract certain information. Now we have kind of brought that more into an electronic world, today's world, as to how municipalities and other entities that are always looking for that data can access the data. On your question on the mapping and kind of being able to gather more every time you click on a parcel, what kind of information comes up, I'd have to, I know you asked that question before, and I feel like I brought the answer back, but I can't recall that specific answer right now. It might be something we take back and bring back to you.
Well, the answer was that you were working on it, I guess. So, I mean, it just seems like if you can click on a parcel, like I say, you can go on GeoLink, you can, right on your phone here, you can pull up the property boundaries, you can pull up the tax number. It doesn't seem why you can't pull up the property owner and a contact information maybe, but I guess it comes back to our hunters and trappers, that this was a big issue for them in trying to identify who the property owners to get permission to hunt and trap on that particular land. And I just sort of say with this day and age, 2026, I find it hard to believe you couldn't be able to add that onto a GeoLink information screen.
Yeah, I think some of that information is there.
Well, no, it's not.
It's not. And if it's, the property owner's name is?
The property name is in the address, but the tax bill is, your address is in.
On the GeoLink? Well, I'll have to look it up here, just, anyway, I'll go with that, so that's just recent then. PID, I know.
You okay if we keep moving on?
Yeah, go ahead.
We can come back. I'll allow you the indulgence if you have one more question on that.
No, it's not.
Shall this section carry? Total taxation and property records, $5,968,100. Treasury, shall carry. Treasury Board Secretariat, Administration, appropriations provided for Treasury Board operations, fiscal management, and the Office of the Secretary to Treasury Board, including appropriations provided for the preparation of the budget estimates and the forecast documents, and providing analytical support and advice to Treasury Board and government on financial matters. Administration, $14,900. Equipment, $4,400. Materials, supplies, and services, $5,300. Professional services, $5,000. Salaries, $1,182,700. Travel and training, $4,900. Total administration, $1,217,200. Questions? New Haven, Rocky Point.
Just a very short, quick one here, I'm sure. A year or two ago, there were some concerns about improper process for special warrants, which would come through Treasury Board, of course. Just making sure that you're comfortable and confident that all of the applications you get now are following the proper process.
Yes, I would say, if I knew that there was something going on outside process, yeah, we'd be cleaning that up. So as it stands right now, I have no concerns on that end.
Okay, that's fine. That's all I had, Chair. Thanks.
Shall carry? Oh, just one sec. Shall this section carry? Just one sec. Shall this section carry? Okay. All area for us, we'll indulge you to ask a question.
Just want to go back a bit, on the issue of the mapping. So we just checked it out here. So it is on GeoLink, but that's a subscriber service. Hunters and trappers aren't going to subscribe to get one property owner. So why can't you make that free then to everybody? Or to, or once again, because the site I was on was the PEI Department of Agriculture site, which does the same thing, but it just doesn't give the property owners. So that's where I'm coming from.
Yeah. I don't know for sure. I wonder if having a bit of that paywall, I think by not having that, I just wonder, and I'll check into it for you, whether that putting information of a name and an address on a site without some sort of a paywall might lead to some unintended consequences in this day and age, but I can look into that.
Corporate Finance, appropriations provided for the administration and management of financial and budgeting matters for the Department of Crown Agencies. Administration, $21,500. Material, supplies, and services, $3,000. Salaries, $7,343,100. Travel and training, $13,100. Total corporate finance, $7,380,700. Questions? Okay, shall I carry? Information technology shared services, appropriations provided for the administration and management of IT shared services. This includes corporate, enterprise, architectural, business infrastructure, business application services, digital services, delivery, security services, and the document publishing center, the King's Printer. Administration, $1,466,400. Equipment, $222,100. Material, supplies, and services, $23,785,100. Professional services, $8,474,100. Salaries, $31,677,700. Travel and training, $776,800. Total information technology shared services, $66,402,200. Questions? New Haven, Rocky Point.
I wanted to start out by saying all of my interactions with ITSS have been nothing short of super helpful. I seem to run into more than perhaps my fair share of issues with my phone and computer and whatever. And their help is always very timely and excellent. Absolutely excellent. So I wanted to start off by saying that. It's just a very large number at the end of this, so I think that merits a couple of questions. Have we had any concerning, I know there was the school issue that I think that happened in this fiscal year. Were there any other breaches or anything else that we should worry about in ITSS?
I mean, no, like nothing that we would, highlight today. I think generally, like, you know, the IT team in building a defense against cyber attacks on the day-to-day is something that they're on. They have to be on their game all the time. That's not just the government PEI, that's every private and public entity in the world right now. So,
Yeah, so they've been doing a really good job on like boosting our defense and ensuring our systems are more robust against these types of attacks. And there's been a lot of time, resources, and money going into that to protect the data of islanders.
New Haven Rocky Point.
Yeah, I agree, and I also want to give a shout out to whoever is responsible for the Beauceron security thing that we get on a frequent basis. I've learned so much through doing those little tests that you get every now and again, and I pass that on to members of my family who would not otherwise have, and I can think of one instance where, because I, as a government employee, did a test and passed on a particular thing to a family member, that a problem was averted. So this goes beyond government, but I just wanted to give a shout out to Beauceron, or whoever's looking after that.
Yeah, we have
I
a
have nothing else.
very strong team there.
Yeah.
And I absolutely agree with you. They have a very tough job in this day and age, and they're rising to the occasion.
Okay, shall this section carry? Total Treasury Board Secretariat, 75,100,000. Shall it carry? Total Department of Finance and Affordability, 116,814,100. Shall it carry? Employee benefits. Appropriations provided for government's portion of costs associated with providing employee benefits program. Medical life benefits, 502,500. Employee future benefits, 16,912,000. Government pension expenses, 16,593,800. Pension management, 486,600. Grants, 686,000. Total employee benefits, 35,180,900. Questions? New Haven Rocky Point.
Again, don't have a lot on this, but it is a big number at the bottom of the section. I see that it's almost like a wash between, if we look at the budget forecast for this year of the employee future benefits and government pension expenses, they were quite far apart. One was overspent, one was underspent, but this year they sort of come together. Is that just a coincidence that they become a wash, or is there an explanation for that?
It's a coincidence for the most part. Like these are based on actuarial information and determining future, basically establishing a present value of what the future liability is going to be. So there's variables that change year to year as the actuaries do their work, and if the discount rate, the projected discount rate is higher, it results in a smaller expense that has to be recognized within the current fiscal year, and it's those variables that get taken into account every year when we look at this.
Chair.
New Haven Rocky Point.
Yeah, I'm no further questions, but I think I owe Lane an apology. I think I've been calling you Blaine all afternoon. I should know better. It's not the first time we've met, so apologies, Lane.
Okay, I'll accept it. Thank you.
Okay, shall this section carry? General Government, miscellaneous general appropriations provided for the Premier and the Minister's out-of-province travel, cabinet, protocol, gifts, and other meeting expenses. Administration, 30,000. Materials, supplies, and services, 35,000. Travel and training, 165,000. Total miscellaneous general, 230,000. Questions? Shall it carry? Just gonna double check. Do you want me to take each one of these separately? Okay. Grants, appropriations provided for grants in lieu of property tax. Grants, 2,350,000. Total grants, 2,350,000. Questions? Shall carry. Government insurance program, appropriations provided for insurance premiums to self-insurance fund and outside insurers, self-retained losses assumed by government, and for the risk management consultant. The program provides insurance to all government departments, various crown corporations, and reporting entities. Administration, $6,125,700. Total government insurance program, $6,125,700. Shall carry. Contingency fund and salary negotiations. Appropriations provided for the provincial government funding of unforeseen program requirements and projected salary negotiations within the public service. Grants and salaries, $34,815,300. Total contingency fund and salary negotiations, $34,815,300. The member from O'Leary and Inverness.
The oyster contingency, is that under this section or the next one? I've been kind of, it's the next one, okay.
Okay, the member from New Haven, Rocky Point.
So I see that this has wildly fluctuated over the last year, tripled almost between the budget estimate and the forecast, and now we're more than doubling. Can you explain what's going on there, please, Elaine? Thanks.
So to your point, this varies year to year, and what a large part is contingent on what collective agreements are outstanding as of when the budget is compiled. So we do, right now, I believe there's 6 agreements that are currently expired or in the process of being negotiated. So we do put in a base provision within general government, and basically go from there. And obviously the budget next year, once the union agreements are settled, the increases are placed in the appropriate department budget and taken out of this budget.
Got it. I really appreciate the explanation. That's all I have, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, childcare, oh, wait, okay, childcare. Response and recovery contingencies, appropriations provided for expenditures related to government's ongoing response to extraordinary non-recurring events. Program contingencies, $5,950,000. Total response and recovery contingencies, $5,950,000. Questions? O'Leary, Inverness.
Thanks, and I guess just based on some of the announcements that were sort of made on the floor with the legislature regarding contingency funds for the oysters, could you give me a breakdown on each section which has already been distributed, that contingency money, which, you know, because I was surprised, 300,000 for EDA and then 1.4 million to LMDA, like, these are all new things that I haven't been aware of that were announced. So if you could break that down, give me a list of where that contingency money went, and if there's any still remaining to go to the oysters that hasn't been determined, would be appreciated.
Okay, so you're talking about the current budget, current fiscal year, 26,
That's right.
27?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay. So I do have a list here. The UPEI ABC disease control and diagnostic testing capacity. There's 497,500 there. So that was committed last year for into this year. Training and employment support program for oyster fishers, 800,000 committed this year. The oyster adaptation strategy, 90,800 for this year. The oyster relief wage assistance program, 1.46 million. The oyster growers income stabilization program of 3 million. And there's service agreement to establish a coordinated shellfish disease network, 50,000.
Okay, there was no EDA? Because, I mean, it was just announced by the minister shortly ago there was 300,000 for EDA.
So within the departments that are supporting this initiative, if there's ongoing budget money required, this is kind of considered like a one-time contingency, which would be evaluated every year. But if there's other funding that's considered to be fixed within an operating budget, we would transfer that or reflect it in the department that's providing the support.
O'Leary, Inverness.
So you're saying, so they had said there was 300,000 come out of contingency to EDA, and I'm assuming the wage support, 1.4 million, that was, he mentioned that for LMDA funding through contingency. I'm just, you see where I'm confused. So I appreciate 300,000. I don't think that's enough for EDA, but can you give me some clarification to say that you're saying it's out of a budget that hasn't been allocated over yet, or it's out of their existing budget through Workforce Advanced Learning?
Yeah, so I can't speak to workforce and advanced learning.
Fair, just contingency,
I did
yeah.
hear some of the reference there, but for general government purposes, basically, for departments that would support those industries, they would work with finance, with general government to identify if there needs to be a contingency set up within general government as a one-time. And so there's a process through Treasury Board. There's a triage committee that evaluates that. And the program, however, is run by the department, whether that be fisheries or EDA or whoever, and they provide the recommendation to Treasury in terms of how to disperse these funds. And then if it's identified that the program is going to be an ongoing program or a requirement, then we would, the ongoing funding would be reflected in the department that's administering that program.
Larry Inverness?
So you're basically saying, because I was just doing quick math here, you probably get close to your 5 million already over into contingency. So there really is there any remaining money in contingency for the oyster industry that hasn't been allocated yet? That might be a simple way to answer it.
I think the only, one other piece maybe that's coming to mind is like the interest relief program maybe. And I think that's being run through Finance PEI, right?
Okay, yeah.
So there'd be another, I think the other component tied to one of the announcements was interest relief, right?
Yeah, no, there was, yeah.
And I think that's through finance, you would have found that in the Finance PEI budget, I suspect.
Right, yeah. So maybe the Minister of Workforce Advanced can give me a little more clarity, because it was their department that said there was 300,000 extra out of contingency. Maybe I misinterpreted that, or they misexplained it somehow. So is there any way I can get a bit more clarity to that 300,000 extra for EDA from contingency?
Why don't we we'll figure this out for you and get back to you. Does that sound all right?
Fair enough. Thanks, Chair.
New Haven Rocky Point.
I think just, again, a couple of quick questions here. I noticed last year, again, the difference between the estimate and the forecast was quite substantial, Lane, and I'm just a couple of things on that. What accounted, what were we expecting to have a contingency fund for that we didn't use it? And the second part of that is how that actually gets booked in the province's accounts.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that question again?
Sure. It was the discrepancy of $20 million between the contingency fund that was estimated last year and ultimately, well, maybe there's still the year left and that's where it's all going, but that's a big discrepancy. So the first question is, what were we putting that money aside for that we ended up not needing it? And secondly, how does that actually get booked in the province's finances?
So, in terms of the forecast variance from 25-26 budget to forecast, so within that there was the tariff and trade contingency that was determined that wasn't basically utilized during the year. The agriculture contingency, so there was 11,700,000 used for that. The potato wart contingency, 140,000, and Fiona contingency of 247,000.
Chair.
New Haven Rocky Point.
So the vast majority of that then was the first item that you described.
Yes.
And the second part of my question was, how does that get booked in the province's finances? Like, how does that appear now that last year we approved a budget for 35 million, only 14 million was spent. So where does that extra go?
So that goes back into basically the bottom line of government. Unless there's an expenditure that was deemed incurred or approved subsequent to March 31st, we can book that back as far as the public accounts are concerned. But right now we're saying that we're forecasting to spend 14.1 million out of that contingency for 25-26.
New Haven Rocky Point.
And I think last point here, and I hasn't come up, and West Royalty and myself just had a chat about the tobacco settlement fund, the 50 whatever million it is. Again, not the appropriate section, but we're right at the very end. I'm just wondering how that gets booked and where we would see that on the revenue side.
Last year, right?
Pardon me?
That was booked in last
Yeah,
year.
yeah, so basically, we booked that contingency in 24, 25, I believe. And based on what the anticipated result was going to be, and then any payments that come in subsequent to the fiscal year will go against that provision that we made in the public accounts last year.
Okay, great, thank you. That's all I have for this section, Chair.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
Just to follow up on that, so that money came in, and we were just chatting about it. I know that you just kind of mentioned it a little bit about their schedule to get some more money, but I'm just wondering, how do we find out where government redistributed that money? Did it go towards the debt, or did it go towards health promotion type activities?
So if we accrued it back into the 24, 25 fiscal year, it would go against the debt. It would go against the bottom line.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
But wasn't that money supposed to be paid out to further compensate the healthcare system? Like, shouldn't we have seen, why is it going towards a debt when it should be going towards future healthcare issues?
Well, I guess just a point of clarity, for accounting purposes, we would recognize the expense back last year, which we have to.
Yeah.
We still have to receive the money through a payment plan that's coordinated.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's all I can say, kind of where we are with that.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
Maybe I'll just ask the minister, can you help clarify what's happening with this money? What's the vision for this money for Islanders? I don't fully agree with it going towards servicing the debt, so I might pass the floor over to you to figure out what we're doing with this.
I guess the only thing I would add to it is, although it was, it was recognized in the 24-25 year, and I think that was upon instruction nationally by, I think, Auditor Generals to say it should be recognized in the 24-25 year. The spends on the other side of like the Live Well program through health, which, the smoke-free generation work that they're doing, there is, I could probably go through the book and find, it was $34 million is what the tobacco settlement was. I know I can go through our health book and find north of $35 million on spends towards, the smoke-free generation, the Live Well plan, all these things that come together. Like, the work is being done on that end to certainly work towards a smoke-free generation and help with healthcare, for those that are, in our healthcare system right now relative to tobacco use. Like, those spends are there. It's when you get into government, like, while you recognize money on one side, like, it's not like you take that check and put it over into this account to go, like, the whole general government fiscal system kind of works together and you allocate resources. It's not taking a check from the tobacco settlement and going over to health and say, here you are. Like, they're already doing the work. The spends are there.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
I appreciate that. I mean, we can get into a debate on it, but when I see cuts actually in health promotion and in the health budget, I wonder 1 year out, like, we're not getting ahead, where health promotion's taking a back seat. And I think that there's definitely missed opportunity by looking at your own budget, but that's maybe a debate for another day. But I appreciate your response, but that's all I have for this. Thanks for the answer.
Shall carry? Total response recovery contingencies, $5,950,000, shall carry. Total general government, $49,471,000, shall carry. interest. Appropriations provided for the funding of the interest costs associated with monies borrowed by way of issuance of province debentures, treasury notes, as well as borrowing through the use of bank lines of credit, loans from the Canada Pension Plan. Debentures, 175,933,100. Loans and treasury notes, 18,805,000. Total interest, 194,783,100. Questions? New Haven, Rocky Point.
Thanks. I mean, goes without saying, it's an eye-popping number and getting bigger all the time. And I can't remember the stats. Is it like the fourth largest expense of government, like bigger than most departments? I can't remember. Anyhow, my questions are related to, and we know that the forecast from a couple of the bond rating agencies has changed from stable to negative. But that's only a step towards a potential change in our bond rating, and which would ultimately impact the percentage rate that we pay on our interest. The forecast that I see for this, or the estimate I see for this year, is that predicated on our bond rating interest rate remaining the same as it was last year?
I believe so.
Yes.
Okay.
New Haven, Rocky Point.
I'll use an example. If our bond ratings do change from what they are now, and I can't remember exactly what, AA plus or something, I can't remember what it is, but if that gets reduced, which is a real possibility, some would say almost an inevitability, what sort of increase in the percentage rate of our interest would that create? Let's say we go down 1 basis point. That's not the right terminology, but what sort of interest rate increase could we expect on our accumulated debt?
I don't think I'd be able to speak to that. I wouldn't be able to give you a number right now on that. I don't think we would actually even have that number, even if we looked for it right now.
Yeah, and I guess for purposes of the budget for interest charges on debt, it's based on the interest rates that we're seeing at the time. So obviously, market rates play into that, and we'd all love to know what the future holds in terms of interest rates. So so for budgeting purposes, we base it on if we had a debenture that was issued in the latter part of the fiscal year at a certain interest rate, we would basically reflect that rate in our projections at that time.
New Haven, Rocky Point.
How much of our accumulated debt is coming up for refinancing within this fiscal year?
I think that was put out under, that's online. I think that chart's online under the debt management strategy. I think that we actually give you a chart online that shows all the upcoming debts, that you can see it right there. I don't know if it shows the sinking funds or reserve funds that go up against those debts. Like there's somewhere between $350 million and $400 million of reserve funds in our kitties right now. And I think in that chart, it'll actually show where those come into play as well.
Sorry, and that schedule that the minister is referring to is in the public accounts. So it has the list of all the debentures coming due, and there's nothing coming due this fiscal year.
Nothing at all?
Confirmed.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
New Haven, Rocky Point.
I did ask a question earlier about just looking for a layman's explanation of sinking funds, and this would be the time. If you'd just take a minute, I'm not looking for a university lecture here, just a sense of how it works.
So I have a good note on that.
Oh, I love that.
So basically, the sinking fund is money set aside by the issuer of a debenture to repay all or part of the debt upon maturity. The fund reduces the possibility of having to refinance debt at a time when interest rates are high. So basically, it's an offset. And again, if you look in the public accounts, there's the schedule of the debentures, and then there's basically a schedule of the sinking fund. If it's a debenture-specific sinking fund, which is what it has been previously, we have the new sinking fund as part of our debt management strategy, but basically, in terms of looking into the future, we can identify when the debenture comes due and when the sinking fund comes due to go against that.
Okay.
And I would say, just to quickly do it, I would say the team has done a really good job at looking. You don't want everything coming due in this year. So they've been doing a really good job as to trying to like spread that out so that not in one year you don't have this huge maturing of debt.
Final question.
Yeah, New Haven Occupancy.
Chair, thank you. So, Lane, you've mentioned that there are no debts coming due in this year. Let's imagine that our interest rate as a result of bond ratings changing goes up. Would that have any immediate impact on the accumulated debt of the province? If the interest rate related to our bond rating were to go up?
Yeah, no, it wouldn't affect anything that's been
Locked in.
That's locked. It potentially it could affect
Future.
forward looking, but what we know right now is that there's no change. And yeah, we have a challenge before us, but we're very clear on what we have to do to ensure that we don't have a downgrade.
Okay, I appreciate that. I'm good. Thank you, Chair.
Shall the section carry? Promissory notes for pension funds. Interest costs associated with the promissory notes provided to the pension fund. Interest, $6,638,700. Total promissory notes for the pension fund, $6,638,700. Questions? Shall carry? Total interest charges on debt, $201,376,800. Shall it carry? Oh, shall the budget carry?
I'll take a quick note to thank Lane for his help in all this. And I'll add, I did in my greetings mention the budget team. I missed all the CFOs across all the departments that have done, quite a piece of work that is fed into the main department, but the CFOs and fiscal analysis across government to go through this process, they have been incredible. And you've seen it on the floor. They know their stuff, yeah. Thanks. Thanks, Lane.
I wrote it, is that okay?
Yeah, okay, perfect. Madam Chair, I move the Speaker take the chair and that the chair make report to Mr. Speaker.
Shall it carry?
Oh, I don't have to do anything? Okay.
Deputy Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, as Chair of the Committee of the Whole House, I wish to report that the committee has gone into the supply to be granted to His Majesty and has come to a certain resolution thereon, which said resolutions I am directed to report to the House whenever it should be pleased to receive the same.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the Minister of Land and Environment, that this report of the committee be received.
Shall it carry?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the report of the committee be adopted.
A recorded division has been requested. We're voting on whether we adopt the report of the committee, Deputy Speaker. So this is going to be a recorded division. If you could ring the bell.
What do you think, Gord? No, I mean about the vote.
No, come on.
good news. It's good news. They promised everything in your home. They promised to fix everything in that home of yours. You don't vote for it. I know you regret voting against the medical school. Yeah, I know you regret voting against the medical school. So this is your time to repent.
Repent. Wow. Forgive me, Father, for I have sinned.
$5 million just a week. No, I would support it 100%. Back in the collaboration days, people used to support it.
It's a big chore.
Mr. Speaker, government is ready for the vote. Only thing better if he's behind that door there, George.
The opposition is ready for the vote, Mr. Speaker.
Well, thank you, member. All those voting against adopting the report of the committee, please rise.
Leader of the third party, member from Charlottetown Victoria Park, member from Charlottetown West Royalty, honorable leader of the opposition, member from New Haven Rocky Point, member from O'Leary Inverness, member from Charlottetown Hillsborough Park.
Against everything. Want to spend more.
All those voting in favor of adopting the report of the committee and passing the budget, please rise.
The Minister of Land and Environment, the Minister of Finance and Affordability, the Honourable Premier, the Minister of Agriculture, Justice and Public Safety, member from Kensington Malpac, Minister of Workforce and Advanced Learning, Minister of Fisheries, Rural Development and Tourism, the member from Summerside Wilmot, the Minister of Education and Early Years, the Minister of Economic Development, Trade and Artificial Intelligence, and the Minister of Housing and Communities. The member from Tyne Valley Sherbrooke, the member from Charlottetown Belvedere, the member from Georgetown Pownal, the member from Morel Donagh.
Members, the report of the committee has been adopted and the supply to His Majesty has been granted. All right. Minister of Agriculture, Justice and Public Safety, and Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the Honourable Premier, that the 19th order of the day be now read.
Shall it carry?
Order 19, Appropriation Act, Current Expenditures 2026, Bill number 17, ordered for second reading.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the Honourable Premier, that the said bill be now read a second time.
Shall it carry?
Appropriation Act, Current Expenditures 2026, Bill number 17, read a second time.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the Honourable Premier, that this House do now resolve itself in the Committee of the Whole House to take into consideration the said bill.
Shall it carry? Ask the Deputy Speaker to come and chair Committee of the Whole.
The House is now in committee of the whole House to take into consideration a bill to be intituled Appropriations Act, Current Expenditures 2026. Promoter, do you have a stranger you'd like to bring onto the floor?
I do.
Shall it be granted?
Granted.
Thank you. If you can say your name and title for answer.
Lane Pino, Director of Finance.
Promoter, do you have an opening statement?
No.
Okay. I'm not going to go through that, the pleasure be read clause by clause. I'll just open it for general questions. Oh. It's getting late in the day. Okay, anybody, okay.
Carry bill.
Carry, shall the bill carry?
Carry.
Shall the schedule carry?
Carry.
I move the title.
Appropriations Act, Current Expenditures 2026, shall it carry?
I move the enacting clause.
May it please your honor, we, His Majesty, dutiful and loyal servants, the Legislative Assembly of the Province of Prince Edward Island, towards appropriating the several supplies raised for the expenditures of His Majesty's government and for the purpose henceforth mentioned, do humbly beseech that it is enacted. Be it therefore enacted by the Lieutenant Governor and the Legislative Assembly of the Province of Prince Edward Island as follows. Shall it carry?
Carry.
Madam Chair, I move the Speaker take the chair and that the chair report the bill agreed to without amendment.
Shall it carry?
Carry.
A lot of funky words in there. Probably botched these.
Deputy Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, as Chair of the Committee of the Whole House, having under consideration a bill to be intituled Appropriation Act, Current Expenditures 2026, thank you. I beg leave to report that the committee has gone through the said bill and has agreed to the same without amendment. I move that the report of the committee be adopted.
Shall it carry?
Carry.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move seconded by the Honourable Premier that the 21st order of the day be now read.
Shall it carry?
Carry.
Order 21, Loan Act 2026, Bill number 18, ordered for second reading.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move seconded by the Honourable Premier that the said bill be now read a second time.
Shall it carry?
Carry.
Loan Act 2026, Bill number 18, read a second time.
Minister of Agriculture, Justice, Public Safety, and Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, I move seconded by the Honourable Premier that this House do now resolve itself in the Committee of the Whole House to take into consideration the said bill.
Shall it carry?
Carry.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, for chairing Committee of the Whole.
The House is now in Committee of the Whole House to take into consideration a bill to be intituled Loan Act 2026. Promoter, do you have a stranger you'd like to bring onto the floor?
I do.
Shall it be granted?
Granted.
Can you just state your name and your title for answer, please?
Ryan Bradley, Director of Pensions and Capital Management.
Thank you. Okay. So, now is it the pleasure of the committee to have open questions? Do I have general questions?
General questions.
Okay. Open for general questions. Shall the bill carry? And there's nothing else on here.
I'd like at least something.
I think you're back yet. I think you have to go back for the second reading. I move the title.
An act to amend the Loan Act 2026.
Carry.
Shall it carry?
I move the enacting clause.
Be enacted by the Lieutenant Governor of the Legislative Assembly of the Province of Prince Edward Island Falls. Shall it carry?
Madam Chair, I move the Speaker take the chair and that the chair report the bill agreed to without amendment.
Shall it carry?
Deputy Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, as Chair of the Committee of the Whole House, having had under consideration a bill to be entitled the Loan Act 2026, I beg leave to report that the committee has gone through the said bill and has agreed to the same without amendment. I move that the report of the committee be adopted.
Shall carry. Minister of Agriculture, Justice and Public Safety and Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move, seconded by the Honourable Premier, that the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th, 16th, 17th, 18th, 19th, 20th, 21st, 22nd, 23rd, 24th, and 25th orders of the day be now read with unanimous consent where required.
Do we have unanimous consent?
Yes.
Shall carry.
Order number 2, an act to amend the Early Learning and Childcare Act, Bill number 2, ordered for third reading. Order number 3, an act to amend the Private Schools Act, Bill number 3, ordered for third reading. Order number 4, an act to amend the Education Act, Bill number 4, ordered for third reading. Order number 5, Wills Act, Bill number 5, ordered for third reading. Bill number 6, an act to amend the Children's Law Act, Bill number 6, ordered for third reading. Order number 7, Intestate Succession Act, Bill number 7, ordered for third reading. Order number 8, Presumption of Death Act, Bill number 8, ordered for third reading. Order number 9, an act to repeal the Crown Building Corporation Act, Bill number 9, ordered for third reading. Order number 10, Veterinary Profession Act, Bill number 10, ordered for third reading. Order number 11, an act to amend the Powers of Attorney and Personal Directives Act, Bill number 13, ordered for third reading. Order number 12, an act to amend the Registry Act, Bill number 11, ordered for third reading. Order number 13, an act to amend the Ambulance Services Act, Bill number 14, ordered for third reading. Order number 14, an act to repeal the Chiropractic Act, Bill number 16, ordered for third reading. Order number 15, an act to amend the Regulated Health Professions Act, Bill number 15, ordered for third reading. Order number 16, an act to amend the Real Property Act, Bill number 12, ordered for third reading. Order number 17, Charitable Lotteries Act, Bill number 19, ordered for third reading. Order number 18, an act to amend the Prince Edward Island Lands Protection Act, Bill number 20, ordered for third reading. Order number 19, Appropriation Act, Current Expenditures 2026, Bill number 17, ordered for third reading. Order number 20, an act to amend the Real Property Tax Act, Bill number 24, ordered for third reading. Order number 21, Loan Act 2026, Bill number 18, ordered for third reading. Order 22, Government Reorganization Act, Bill number 25, ordered for third reading. Order number 23, Public Sector Pay Disclosure Act, Bill number 22, ordered for third reading. Order 24, an act to amend the Child, Youth, and Family Services Act, number 2, Bill number 26, ordered for third reading. And order number 25, Supplementary Appropriation Act 2026, Bill number 27, ordered for third reading.
The Minister of Agriculture, Justice and Public Safety and Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move, seconded by the Honourable Premier, that the said bills be now read a third time.
Shall carry.
An act to amend the Early Learning and Childcare Act, Bill number 2, read a third time. An act to amend the Private Schools Act, Bill number 3, read a third time. An act to amend the Education Act, Bill number 4, read a third time. Wills Act, Bill number 5, read a third time. An act to amend the Children's Law Act, Bill number 6, read a third time. Intestate Succession Act, Bill number 7, read a third time. Presumption of Death Act, Bill number 8, read a third time. An act to repeal the Crown Building Corporation Act, Bill number 9, read a third time. Veterinary Profession Act, Bill number 10, read a third time. An act to amend the Powers of Attorney and Personal Directives Act, Bill number 13, read a third time. An act to amend the Registry Act, Bill number 11, read a third time. An act to amend the Ambulance Services Act, Bill number 14, read a third time. An act to repeal the Chiropractic Act, Bill number 16, read a third time. An act to amend the Regulated Health Professions Act, Bill number 15, read a third time. An act to amend the Real Property Act, Bill number 12, read a third time. Charitable Lotteries Act, Bill number 19, read a third time. An act to amend the Prince Edward Island Lands Protection Act, Bill number 20, read a third time. Appropriation Act, Current Expenditures 2026, Bill number 17, read a third time. An act to amend the Real Property Tax Act, Bill number 24, read a third time. Loan Act 2026, Bill number 18, read a third time. Government Reorganization Act, Bill number 25, read a third time. Public Sector Pay Disclosure Act, Bill number 22, read a third time. An act to amend the Child, Youth and Family Services Act, number 2, Bill number 26, read a third time. Supplementary Appropriation Act 2026, Bill number 27, read a third time.
Minister of Agriculture, Justice and Public Safety, and Attorney General.
Wow. Mr. Speaker, I move seconded by the Honourable Premier that the said bills do now pass.
Shall it carry?
Carry.
These are bills introduced by leave of the House, read a first time, read a second time, committed to committees of the whole House, reported agreed to with and without amendment, as the case may be, read a third time, and it is now moved that the bills do now pass. All those in favor say yea. Yea. Contrary, nay. They have carried it as unanimous. Member from Charlottetown, Hillsborough Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm seeking unanimous consent to revert to orders other than government.
Do we have unanimous consent? Yes. Charlottetown, Hillsborough Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the member for O'Leary and Verness, that the 26th order of the day be now read.
Shall it carry?
Carry.
Order number 26, Disclosure to Protect Against Intimate Partner Violence Act, Bill number 104, ordered for third reading.
Charlottetown, Hillsborough Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move, seconded by the member from O'Leary and Verness, that the said bill be now read a third time.
Shall it carry?
Carry.
Disclosure to Protect Against Intimate Partner Violence Act, Bill number 104, read a third time.
Charlottetown, Hillsborough Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move, seconded by the member for O'Leary and Verness, that the said bill do now pass.
Shall it carry?
Carry.
Members, this is a bill introduced by leave of the House, read a first time, read a second time, committed to a committee of the whole House, reported agreed to without amendment, read a third time, and is now moved that the bill do now pass. All of those in favor say yea. Yea. Contrary, nay. The bill has passed. It is unanimous. The Minister of Agriculture, Justice and Public Safety and Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to advise that government has concluded the business it wishes to conduct during the spring sitting.
Honourable members, I am now advised that the Honourable Lieutenant Governor will be arriving at the Honourable George Coles building here shortly. I will now leave the chair and invite His Honour the Lieutenant Governor to join us in the chamber to receive the House and its address in reply to the speech from the throne, and to grant royal assent to the various bills passed by this House.
Sullivan move. Request permission to enter.
Please be seated.
May it please your honor, we, His Majesty's dutiful and loyal subjects of the Legislative Assembly of the province of Prince Edward Island, at this time in session assembled, beg leave to offer our humble thanks for the gracious speech with which your honor was pleased to open the present session.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker and members of the Legislative Assembly, it is a pleasure for me to be with you to receive your address in reply to the speech from the throne with which I opened the present session of the Legislative Assembly. I thank you for the careful consideration with which you have given to the matters contained in the speech, as well as for the address which you have just presented to me.
Your Honor, the Legislative Assembly has passed certain bills during this, the third session of the 67th General Assembly, and now begs your Honor's consideration of the grant of royal assent for the following bills. An act to amend the Early Learning and Childcare Act, Bill Number 2. An act to amend the Private Schools Act, Bill Number 3. An act to amend the Education Act, Bill Number 4. Wills Act, Bill Number 5. An act to amend the Children's Law Act, Bill Number 6. Intestate Succession Act, Bill Number 7. Presumption of Death Act, Bill Number 8. An act to repeal the Crown Building Corporation Act, Bill Number 9. Veterinary Profession Act, Bill Number 10. An act to amend the Registry Act, Bill Number 11. An act to amend the Real Property Act, Bill Number 12. An act to amend the Powers of Attorney and Personal Directives Act, Bill Number 13. An act to amend the Ambulance Services Act, Bill Number 14. An act to amend the Regulated Health Professions Act, Bill Number 15. An act to repeal the Chiropractic Act, Bill Number 16. Loan Act 2026, Bill Number 18. Charitable Lotteries Act, Bill Number 19. An act to amend the Prince Edward Island Lands Protection Act, Bill Number 20. Combative Sport Commissioner Act, Bill Number 21. Public Sector Pay Disclosure Act, Bill Number 22. An act to amend the Income Tax Act, Bill Number 23. An act to amend the Real Property Tax Act, Bill Number 24. Government Reorganization Act, Bill Number 25. An act to amend the Child, Youth, and Family Services Act, Number 2, Bill Number 26. Supplementary Appropriation Act 2026, Bill 27. An act to amend the Financial Administration Act, Bill Number 100. An act to amend the Child, Youth, and Family Services Act, Bill Number 103. Disclosure to Protect Against Intimate Partner Violence Act, Bill Number 104. Financial Literacy Week Act, Bill Number 105. An act to amend the St. Dunstan's University Act, Bill Number 200.
In His Majesty's name, I assent to these bills.
May it please your honor, we, His Majesty's loyal and dutiful subjects of the Legislative Assembly of Prince Edward Island in session assembled, approach your honor at the close of our labors with sentiments of unfeigned devotion and loyalty to His Majesty's person and government. We do humbly beg for your honor's acceptance of a bill to be entitled Appropriation Act, Current Expenditures 2026, thus placing at the disposal of the Crown the means by which government can be made efficient for the service and welfare of the province.
His Honor, the Honorable Lieutenant Governor doth thank His Majesty's loyal and dutiful subjects, accepts their benevolence, and assents to this bill in His Majesty's name.
I wish to commend all honorable members, for the conscientious manner in which you have conducted your deliberations to this point of the third session of the 67th General Assembly of Prince Edward Island. At this time, I pray that until the Legislative Assembly again meets, each of you enjoy good health and prosperity, and that peace and freedom for all people shall be more nearly achieved. Please, along with all the work that you will be doing this summer, try to take time with your families to recharge before the next session. Have a good summer.
The Honorable Government House Leader and member from Kensington-Malpak.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the Honourable Premier, that this House adjourn and stand for the call of the Speaker.
Honourable members, before putting the question, I would just like to say a few remarks before we depart. It really has been a very good sitting, and it wouldn't be complete, I didn't think, without a short poem that I put together for this occasion. The sitting has come to a close with debates and fine speeches of prose. The budget has passed, and today is the last. My stopwatch has safely been stowed. 37 days of assembly galore, bills, motions, and statements, and more. But we all can agree, they work with such glee. The pages have bright futures in store. Sitting Spring 26 left its mark. Some days full of light, some quite dark. Through the joys and the tragic, still the laughter was magic when we all raised a cheer for Green Park. Thank you, members. Shall it carry? Carry. Have a great summer.